weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds, and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day, and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Lose weight or stop smoking with Hypnosis. Only $59.99 guaranteed or your money back. Hypnosis, February 1st, Radisson Hotel at Fairview Heights, or Monday, February 2nd at the Holiday Inn Creve Coeur. Register at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett with you on the ones and twos. We welcome you to participate in the program here in the Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. 7 o'clock hour by texting in, by calling in, by talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, or by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and the $10,000 HVAC system that is on the line so far this month. A 3-way tie, and it's a Jim Dandy of a competition the morning after. At InsideSTL.com, we do that at 9:45, and we announce the winner right before we exit the program at approximately 10:55. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Jackson will update your name today and tomorrow, and once tomorrow rolls around at 11 o'clock, you're done. You're done until the first week of February. 314-399-9646. You can call in 314-974-0101 and open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and you can watch the program and also talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, we have a smorgasbord today here on the Stiefel dossier. Josh Schertz is going to join us coming up. Martin, is it 8:30? Is it 9? Is it 8:42?
I think it's still to be determined, but this is how much this show has influenced the audience, Tim. People were tweeting, why don't you get on the dish to get Schertz on the show? And I said, we're on it.
Yes.
So I think it's 8:30 or 9. Billikens are in Richmond. They'll be headed to Philly later today, but we will talk to the coach.
The head coach, friend of the program, occasional co-host, Josh Schertz will be with us coming up on the Stiefel dossier sometime in that 8:30 to 9 o'clock range, most likely. Tom Hart, friend of the program, he was on the call of the Missouri win at Rupp Arena last night and called college football throughout the year with Jordan Rogers. And tonight, one of the college football playoff games gets underway with the lone SEC representative who he was on the call for this year, Ole Miss taking on Miami, and then, of course, tomorrow, Indiana, Oregon. So we've got that coming your way. Tom Hart, who was on the call of the Missouri win in Kentucky, with us at 10 o'clock. But really the moment that I have been waiting for after a smorgasbord of treats and disappointment. Last evening on the St. Louis sports scene is this Sadie Hawkins. I have no idea which direction Doug is going to go, Martin, but this is one of the most important Sadie Hawkins of your career. I know you want to do this show for 50 years.
Feels like I have already.
But it has been 22 years, and you were saying, I'm nervous about this, Sadie Hawkins.
No.
What did you decide on as the lead?
Well, normally I would have said the Billikens or Mizzou big wins, both. But it's what happened late in the Blues-Blackhawk game that a lot of people may have missed that I think could be a turning point for this franchise based on the comedy show that was happening on the Blues bench.
You've never seen a professional goalie play hide and seek before? Is that what you're telling me?
Or a guy refused to come out of a game. Or another one afraid to go in the game. Or the coach is saying, where is everybody?
That was awesome.
This is the darndest thing I've ever seen.
Doug, set the stage. What did you observe?
Well, I was asleep, and I woke up to it this morning, so I've seen it on video.
Yeah.
I saw it live, and there was confusion because the Blues are getting pounded by the Blackhawks. That's happened already. The Blues have given up a ton of goals. That's happened a lot this year. No chance they can win 3 in a row. They continue to show you who they are, Doug.
Yeah.
But they said, oh, it looks like Binnington's coming out. Well, no, he's not. Well, they're looking for on the broadcast, and that Bob Wischusen now is the voice of St. Louis sports. It's called the Gator Bowl.
Yeah.
The guy's everywhere. They said, oh, they're looking for Hofer. That's how it was being explained, and they said, well, they can't find Hofer. And I thought, when is the last time you couldn't find a goalie? And then it became more about, well, maybe Binnington just refused to come out. And then a little while down the road, they had video, and kudos to TNT for having the video.
Tip of the cap.
It was down the hall behind the Blues bench. I'm sure most folks were in bed. It was probably 11:20 at night. And they showed Joel Hofer peeking around a wall as if he didn't want to be seen.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't see it, it is very worth finding it on social media or going to look on YouTube because it's hilarious. I can't explain it. And the confusion from Jim Montgomery is also expressive while he is on the bench. So, yes, they went to pull Jordan Binnington, but they couldn't find Joel Hofer.
The only thing I can think is if Binnington must have told Hofer, if they try to pull me again, I'm not coming out. And Hofer said, okay, I'll go along with it. And so when Montgomery's waving Binnington to come out, he's just saying, nope. And Hofer probably slunk back into the back room there and said, no, he told me not to go in. I can't imagine any other scenario. Maybe there's one, but I can't imagine what it would be. If the veteran said, no, I'm not coming out, and the younger player said, okay, I'll play along with it.
I've never seen anything like it. It looked like your third grade team, like, Billy, yeah, I know you don't want to play, but your mom and dad signed you up. They paid. You're going in the game. And he's hiding around the corner of the gym.
What do you suppose would have happened if Hofer had skated onto the ice and Binnington had still refused to leave?
That would have been more interesting.
Yeah.
Less funny, more interesting.
They got to do something at this point, don't they? They have to do something
to make sure that the goalies stay on the bench. Now, Joey Vitale in the on the Curbside podcast was talking about how there are a handful of NHL arenas where the goalie is not watching the game live with the team, and Chicago is one of them. He was citing a couple of other buildings, but Chicago is one of them. So to add some context to that, it's not like he just got up and hit out.
Well, wouldn't you think someone might say, hey, Hofer, where are you? You're in.
That part is inexplicable.
Just kind of hang near, if you can, hang nearby.
Yeah.
You're not Daddy Padre in the upper deck eating a bratwurst, hoping you get the call. You're the backup goalie. You could be called minutes into the game.
Manupul eligible making this observation, Doug, and you're gonna have to answer for it. Daddy Padre never hid from a big moment. That's from Manupul eligible.
They could have used him last night. I can't imagine the Blues don't have enough assistant coaches or equipment guys who couldn't have walked 10 feet to tell Hofer that you're in the game. They want you're in the game.
The 2023 Cardinals have been dethroned by the 2025, 2026 Blues as the biggest clown show in St. Louis sports history. Wow. The Hunchback of Vaughan Castle.
Well, this is the second dust-up kind of between Binnington and Montgomery, isn't it? When Binnington kind of pitched a fit once before about coming out. They got to do something. I mean, who's in charge? Is it the coach or is it the goalie? Who's in charge of the team?
I did not hear the entirety of
I'm not
Montgomery.
taking it the way you're taking it. I'm taking it as because Hofer is not on the bench, there was confusion. But you're thinking that there was some like motivation?
Yeah, I would think so.
Really?
How hard is it to go and tell a goalie you're in the game?
So
I don't buy that.
had, and this is stupid because the Billikens and Mizzou won game. They deserve our attention.
The St. Raphael Godfather is furious that we're not talking about Missouri's win. So, Martin, we're being held accountable in the air conference.
And we should be. We should. This is and I love Jeff Fisher, but this is the Monday after the 44-10 loss. Opening statement, press conference Monday at Rams Park. We've allowed our assistant special teams coach to go, and it just was. And everybody's like, "Oh wow!" And then every headline, "Wow, Fisher makes changes." You're like, "Wait a minute, we're 24 hours removed from a terrible loss." That's what we're doing here. It's a diversion. But Doug, I think it's worth finding out. And I did not hear Montgomery in his entirety. If he wanted to pull him. And if Binnington said, hey, I didn't see Hofer, Binnington could say, I would have come out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that he refused to come out because Hofer never made it to the ice.
But is it his job to find the backup goalie?
No,
or is
it's
it his job to take the coach's word and come out of the game?
Yeah, but I don't know if this is as clear as Binnington refused to come out or they couldn't find Hofer or if he was in on it with Benner and said, I'll never do that to you again. I don't know. But it's sad.
Yeah.
And silly.
Sharon in Clayton has your back, Doug. She, of course, is in an alliance with Harrison's brother Master in 2026, forming the fiercest heel tag team in TMA texting history. And she says, totally agree with Doug. It's mutiny from both tendies. You like that? Because it makes you think of chicken tendies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of makes me hungry. I just can't imagine that the communication on the team is so horrific that when you want to put a backup goaltender in, you can't get the word to him. I don't believe that, not for a second. Not for 1 second.
Come back.
Do I think, where's Hofer? We don't know. Okay, you can keep on playing. That happens in second grade, not in the NHL.
You think they said Hofer come back and he went full Gary Coleman and just said bleep you?
He's done
Gary,
so.
come back. No, you.
Wow.
Same situation happens with Wacko's wife's boyfriend, where the boyfriend tries to tag him in, but Wacko is hiding out in the hallway like the little cuck that he is. That's from Mr. Licks. So this is something that Mr. Licks has seen before?
Maybe he has. I hadn't.
I mean, the image of Joel Hofer peeking around the corner, outstanding. Anytime I feel like that Sappho's is in the air, that's an image that I'm going to go to. I'd be peeking around the corner. Is this really happening?
And he's not playing and still has the mask on. Will you wear that all day? What's going on with the team? I mean, who's in charge?
Doug, I have to tell you, and this is a topic that's near and dear to your heart, a number of people have texted in that it could have been a recreational situation.
No. They thought he was pooping?
Sharon
10 feet away
Sharon
from the
Clayton
bench?
is one of the people who's introduced that theory, along with a number of other texters.
No.
How many times did you grab the poop?
Can't possibly be the case.
These things happen because it was...
With your equipment on?
Well, no, I'm saying in general, Kellen Thames was asked, hey, how about getting to start the second half? He always comes off the bench. He said, yeah, Deion Brown had to do something. And later people said to Josh Schertz, Deion Brown had to, run an errand? What? And he said, well, he threw up. I said, oh, okay, he'd been sick. So then he wasn't available. So, Doug, these things do happen. We just need a little further vetting.
Well, I don't doubt some people get sick.
Right.
I have never heard in a professional sporting event where, boy, we sure would like to make a change, but sorry, our guy's pooping. Not buying that for 1 second.
Guys, Montgomery waved him off the ice and he didn't budge. That's from the chairman's vasectomist.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that. I agree. It was clear on the broadcast they were going to take him out. I wondered, though, if Binnington said, okay, fine, and then Hofer never appeared. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what my understanding, the way that Joey Vitale laid it out on the Curbside podcast, was what took place.
He's a rights holder. But okay, we'll ask Joey more about this tomorrow. But it was bizarre. And thanks for giving us a laugh after the other two gave us a thrill.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Blues try to smooth this over by saying, oh, it was miscommunication. No, he would never
refuse. The Ovechkin puck.
Right. He would never refuse to come out of a game. And Hofer is never unavailable because he's in the bathroom. And they'll try to smooth it over. What I think happened is the most likely and most logical thing. They tried to wave a proud veteran off the ice, and he wouldn't leave the game. I think that's what happened.
I don't think so. But I at the same time, since there is no other explanation, I don't really have it outside of Vitale saying there's a miscommunication because Chicago is one of like 3 buildings where the goalie doesn't watch the game live.
And I agree that that's possible, but I need a follow-up, Tim. What was the miscommunication?
I don't know. I don't know where he is. Is he like in the press box annex where Charlie Marlowe watched Game 6 of the 2011
We saw
World
him
Series?
10 feet peeking around the corner.
He was
Please don't
obviously
call me.
nearby.
Please don't call me.
I think it's San Jose. There's another one where the goalie sits by himself, kind of with the fans. Can we get this figured out? Can we do a little construction during the offseason, Doug, and make a little more room for the goalie?
It's not like that building's 100 years old.
I agree.
They didn't think to build the benches big enough to accommodate the entire team. There's a lot wrong with what's going on with this scenario.
Look at it. X, Sportsnet, which is huge in Canada. Jim Montgomery couldn't find Joel Hofer as he attempted to pull Jordan Binnington. And then they end with the footage of him peeking around the corner.
Now, for the record, Papers, there is no audio of this, correct?
Like comments from anybody?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. And this is not Jackson not having the audio. It was not addressed.
Correct.
We're all on the same page on that. I listened to the Curbside podcast. It was not included in there. Martin, I know for your television response, although the game started at, 8:58 or
Pushing
something.
9, I believe. We had already dusted off some SLU postgame before the Blues even dropped the
Unbelievable.
puck.
Game starts at 8:30. I guess people just now understand they're being lied to, and they understand. But 8:55 or 6, I started looking around on TV. I go, I guess they're just doing the postgame on TNT from the Stars and Caps, and then this will be on True TV or something. Nope, it just didn't start until 8:50, whatever the hell I was bitching about it in our group text.
So they do a post game for the game beforehand before they even drop the puck?
And it was a drawn-out postgame.
That's ridiculous.
It was a drawn-out postgame.
That's ridiculous.
Where were you? Were you having an orgy over the Missouri win at Rupp Arena?
I was lying in my bed with a big fat smile on my face.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hand play?
No.
How did you not live stream
spiritual hand play. What's that, Martin?
You should have been live streaming last
segment.
night. You should have gone like an emergency pod.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Tigers win. Here I am.
Well, I'll tell you this, and this is a big moment for Jackie Papers. What hat are you wearing today? The Hamptons?
Yeah.
Dougie's wearing a Hamptons hat.
Oh, my
Hamptons.
You're so Central Corridor.
I'm listening to the Colonel. Now, the Colonel didn't do an emergency podcast, but he does a post-game podcast. And he said, we got to start off by saying this, but it ties into you, Jackson. Dennis Gates was right. This is a totally different team with Jaden Stone and Trent Pierce, who, of course, weren't a part of that, ass-kicking that Illinois administered in the bragging rights game. And that is something that our compadre here with the Hamptons hat on, which I know about 48% of the St. Louis population has, and Jackson said, well, that's fine. I mean, nobody knows, but it's Jaden Stone, Trent Pierce. It's going to change the team. He would say it because he would get frustrated when the texters would say, his team sucks, his team sucks. Say, well, Jaden Stone, Trent Pierce, and then they appear, they beat Florida, they win at Rupp Arena, 12.5-point underdogs, by the way. And Jackson, you also are vindicated, just like Dennis Gates on that specific point.
I appreciate you saying that, Tim, because, that is something I've been saying now. I was saying it with some optimism. Honestly, if you were to ask me even before the Illinois thrashing, if they would beat Florida and Kentucky in the first 2 games of
what kind
SEC
of odds
play,
would that have gotten you?
I mean, I wouldn't have bet on it. I mean, one of the two I could have seen, but both of them, unlikely, I would have said. But I think for as rough as it was on December 23rd, the day after the Illinois game, I think a lot of people have jumped back on the bandwagon to win those first 2 games, 2 quad 1 wins, including a road quad 1 win, has fully gotten people back invested into Missouri basketball. You pair that up with SLU and their fantastic quad 1 road win, and it's a great time. And Illinois, who's maybe one of the best 8 teams in the country.
I think Illinois is a national championship contender.
I absolutely believe that as well. I think this is a great time, and a time where sports in St. Louis has been in kind of a lull.
What?
I think this is great for the area. Last night was, despite the Blues loss, an outstanding night for the St. Louis area.
Okay.
That's my address.
All I can think of when I see you in that red and white hat, it kind of looks like a hat Sonny Jim Bottomley would have worn for the Cardinals in the 1920s.
Yeah, that's ripped from today's headlines.
Yeah, and I have to apologize because one of the listeners was going to have the parlay, right? And granted, the Blues...
It was playing plus 700 if the Billikens won, if Missouri covered, not even a money line play, by the way, covered. Do you know what Missouri was on the money line? Is it 12.5 point underdog?
I don't know. I
would imagine it might have been plus 200.
Yeah, I was going to say by plus.
Billikens were plus money because they were getting 2.5, but not like crazy. And then the Blackhawks. The Blues. So those who did make that play, and I think based on some of the texts people did, they went into the approximate 9 o'clock puck drop for the Central Time Zone. And we're hopeful that they were going to get paid off after Missouri won and the Billikens won. And Martin, the Blues, let them down with yet another magical second period. Why the second period? I don't know.
For those who didn't stay up, it was a 4-goal second period for the Blackhawks.
Yeah,
7-3 your final.
Blues scored 27 seconds into the game, and you're thinking, oh, how do you do? And that was pretty much the end of the enthusiasm.
Just when you think the team's about to get back on track, maybe win 4 or 5 in a row and get right in the thick of things, they kind of fall apart again. This is the second prison beating they've taken from the Blackhawks this year. I mean, they lost 8-3 earlier in the season,
and it also should be noted, and tip of the cap on the Curbside podcast that Joey Vitale said, this isn't a shot at the Blackhawks, but the reality is you take a look at the roster, and that wasn't the A-team from the Blackhawks. No Bedard, no Nazar. This is a game you got to win. If you're going to get back in this thing, get 5 or 6 points on the road trip, but you can't get to 5 or 6 if you don't win the first game in particular against the Blackhawks B team. And not only did you not win, you got stomped. And not only did you get stomped, yet again, your key players didn't perform in a moment when you needed them to perform.
Then your backup goalie got lost.
The 3 goals were scored by Tucker, Stenberg, and Walker. And what was the Joe Buck line? Where'd everybody go?
That's right.
Where'd everybody go when we talk about not being able to score?
Where's everybody is the actual.
Okay, where is everybody? Applied last night when Tucker, Stenberg, and Walker are your goal scorers.
Not even a single assist from Thomas or Kyrou, Buchnevich, any of their top guns. Nowhere to be found.
Well, this is a basketball town. I've always said that, Papers. Have I not?
It's always been your stance.
Basketball town.
Yeah, it's always been your stance.
You don't need the Rams. This is a basketball town.
Thank you, Jackson. I parlayed the Mizzou money line and the SLU money line for a nice return. Getting variety of different texts on what the Missouri money line was. I've seen everything from plus 600 to plus 650. Either way, that's a nice hit. I'll be honest with you, I would not have made that play. I would have taken him plus 12.5, but I wouldn't have taken him on the money line. I mean, unless it was just like a, throw $10 on it for the hell of it type thing. But I wouldn't have expected that. Plus 12.5, Kentucky isn't necessarily the force that people, I think of with Kentucky. But either way, Missouri had never won at Rupp Arena. They've got that now. Doug, would you like a Ken Palm update?
Sure. Well, okay, sure.
Missouri is now 52nd in the Ken Palm. I mean, that is skyrocketing from where they were. Kentucky, for the record, in the Ken Palm 30th. Guess who's nipping at their heels? St. Louis University Billikens, who are now 32nd after getting a quad 1 win last night by beating VCU. I don't know how many people watched it. Boy, the YouTube double box, the YouTube TV, just glorious. The double box. So I was able to have both games up, back and forth. It was wonderful. Had the whole family watching both games. And that was a game, and I don't know how you felt about the Missouri game, because obviously it required a huge charge at the end of the game. And I'm not talking about a call. I'm talking about a momentum-switching run that led to the victory. The Billikens dominated the game, but similar to their one loss against Stanford, they lost it in the second half. I think they got up either 14 or 15.
14 was the highest.
49-35. And VCU took a 62-61 lead, and then the Billikens, Amari McCautry, shot of the year, a guy who you wouldn't turn to for that shot, hits a 3, they take off, and they get a 9-point road win against VCU.
Just when it looked like they were going to be in real trouble, VCU mounted that huge comeback. McCautry hits the 3, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, it's not over yet. Not only was it not over, the Billikens kind of dominated the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's kind of exactly what Schertz wanted, which was a test, and then to have a little bit of controversy and, oh, no, you're going to blow it. That was the only lead VCU had. It was about 2.5 minutes to go when they scored. First time they led, only time they led. And Avila, who had a quiet game, had a huge bucket late. They just had enough of everybody. And then Thames, again, and we keep talking about how instrumental he is, but he had 18 points off the bench, 10 rebounds. And when Deion Brown, who apparently has had the flu or something like that, when he was not on the court, everybody's like, God, get Deion Brown back out there. But they have just so many different pieces contributing. Had to do it, had to finally win at VCU, which is not the same as going into Rupp. I mean, that's not a historical building. But when you're 0 for 10, if you're not going to win there now, when are you going to win? So huge for SLU. And I think the stat of the game on the screen they put up when the guy wasn't calling him Paul Otiero, they put a graphic up that said, next chance for a quad 1 win. And it said SLU, none. And then it said VCU's next chance for a quad 1 win would be when they play at St. Louis U. That's why those games are so important.
As I was watching, I was thinking the Billikens didn't appear to be even playing that well. The shots certainly weren't falling.
First half was ugly.
It was a fun game to watch. That's Steve Lapis, who was on the call, former Villanova coach. He said, I've never seen a game more entertaining where both teams, who are great shooting teams, are shooting so poorly. And it wasn't. I mean, some of it was defense, but both teams were missing some open looks.
VCU missed a lot of easy. They shot 29% from the field. That could easily have been a completely different game. SLU, I think, came in averaging 94
95
a game, 95
yeah.
points a game.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I wouldn't have bet the over because I wouldn't have been pulling for VCU to score points, but it was set at 170.5. For the record, the teams combined for 133 points. If you took the under, it was sweat-free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just didn't shoot very well at all.
Neither team did. St. Louis U, 43%. Yeah. VCU 29%, SLU usually living and dying in parts by the three and will convert. I think only had one in the first half, and they started out in the second half by getting a couple quick ones. The biggest basket, again, was Amari McCautry's three. SLU wound up shooting 30% from three, VCU 25%.
I thought SLU, and we'll ask Coach Schertz about it, it seemed to me they were trying to attack the rim a little more than they typically do, like just kind of getting down the lane. And at the same time, it looked like VCU was trying to do what Coach Papers drew this up. It looked like with their big Djokovic, they were trying to kind of go against Avila, kind of see what kind of defense. It seemed like they were putting him to the test a little bit. And I think because of that, Avila was on the bench a little. I think they recognized what VCU was trying to do.
I loved how SLU played defense last night. I thought that was...
And what did you observe? Because I noticed that they were really smothering VCU, and there was a clear game plan on Djokovic in particular, which really rendered him offensively useless in the first half. He got it going in the second half.
Like, anytime he was putting the ball on the floor inside the three-point line, it was like, we're going to crash in on him and force him to make a play, whether it be on the pass or on the shot. And if he's not going to do that, it's either going to be a turnover or an errant pass, like really trying to create turnovers without overextending themselves.
One of the things that stands out when you watch St. Louis University is the depth. You've heard about it now. I think some people are probably going to start watching them. It's a great opportunity for them with the Blues being in the position they're in, the Cardinals being like back page news, that they could own the St. Louis sports market from a pure perspective of, well, there really isn't anything else to get people talking at this particular moment, and the team is fun to watch, is that you have depth. You had, let me see what I got here, Doug, 10 players play last night, and 9 players, play last night, and all of them played a minute of, or a minimum of 19 minutes.
Yeah, similar playing time for everybody. Quentin Jones, the most, with 31 minutes of playing time. But they do play very aggressive defense. They had 4 guys with 3 fouls. I'm sorry, 3 guys with 4 fouls. And when you play aggressive defense and still the referees let you play kind of physical, it kind of leads to these sloppy games where teams don't shoot very well, I think.
I mean, college basketball, if I have a major gripe on it as far as game to game, it's the subjective nature of fouls, and I thought that thing got away from the officials in a major way in the second half. I mean, it was borderline comical how bad it was. But with that all established, they were able to get a 9-point win on the road in a building they had never won in, just like Missouri had never won in Rupp Arena, and they needed that. The color commentator, as I said, Steve Lapis, the former head coach at Villanova, says rarely do you see a team get an at-large bid in the NCAA tournament without a quad 1 win. The Billikens now have theirs. Josh Schertz is going to join us on the Stiefel dossier. Maybe 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock. somewhere in that range. Tom Hart, who was on the call of the Missouri game, he is going to be with us talking college football playoffs since he called SEC games throughout the year on the SEC network. And, of course, the Missouri win. That's going to be at 10 o'clock. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. What do you think about this? Martin, you like logistics? Do you like logistics being taken place for the show on the air?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we have the long show prep meeting in advance, but I thought maybe we'd bring this one on the air.
I mean, Joe Rogan just tells Bill Murray, oh, you got to go to the bathroom? Yeah, go ahead. And then they just do a little dissolve, and he's back.
I was talking to longtime TMA sponsor Jamie Burkhardt yesterday, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. And he goes, what do you think about when you guys come back to announce the winner, the finalists replaying, or I reread like 2 or 3 for those just tuning in, because Doug, the listeners, they cycle on,
and cycle off.
Sure. And I go, man, it's Jamie Burkhardt.
Good producing.
That's good producing from a guy who owns a dealership.
He's got cucked papers?
What's that?
He's got cucked?
No, this is always
Producer cuck? Okay.
Production of this show has always been collaborative between not only the people on the show, but the listeners and sponsors alike.
How about that? What a wonderful answer.
Thank you.
What would you like us to talk about next? Text in.
Well, they were not happy with us leading with the Blues, I can tell you with that. But had we led with college basketball, guess what?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been happy with that either. Josh Schertz, Tom Hart, nonsense coming your way on the program. There's the Stiefel dossier, along with the $10,000 promotion that Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling has come up with, and that is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the days, email of the month, and the winner getting a $10,000 HVAC system. It's all coming your way on the program. Design Air is a longtime sponsor. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and they are who you turn to when you have HVAC issues. DesignAirService.com is where you go. The longest running sponsor on TMA, it's Design Air, heating and cooling sponsor of that email today, coming your way at 9:45. It is the Healthcare Evolution. Online at healthcare-evolution.com. 7 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, yeah, so my theme song.
This is it.
Yeah. Jackson, have you ever seen the film Amadeus?
I don't think so. I did.
Best Picture 84?
It did win this.
84?
Definitely.
I don't know.
That might have been Out of Africa.
Was Out of Africa with Robert Redford?
That feels like 83. I think Tim got Amadeus at 84. I like that a lot.
1985's Best Picture, meaning
Teen Wolf, right?
Meaning it came out in 84.
So it was Best Picture, but in 85.
Right, which is for the
So that
year.
means Teen Wolf won in 86, but it came out in 85.
Right.
It's like the Super Bowl. Oh, they were the great team in 2015. No, they
What
won the
throws
Super
you
Bowl in
off?
2016. I hate that.
Throws you off. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the show. You can open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and watch the program. Put it up on your television. Have the kids gather around the hearth and watch the show and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And I can tell you this, the overbearing sports dad is not happy.
Oh, no.
I think that's Heimblum's spreadsheet, but he's changed his name. But you can change your names on your own.
On YouTube, yeah.
On YouTube.
I can't control that.
Overbearing Sports Dad writes, "Oh, wow, I see the Blues gave up a touchdown last night, but, quote, they're only 4 points out. Goaltending doesn't matter much when the team in front of them's awful. Monty's a joke.
Hey.
This team's bad. Okay, there's the Blues breakdown. That's from Bill Reloaded."
Gosh. Well, they were bad last night. There's no doubt about that. Some nights are pretty good, and some nights are just flat out bad.
I would agree. There's no reason right now to talk about the points and the standings. The Vaughn Index, I'll make an exception for.
42.
But until you actually play some good hockey for a long stretch, I don't care if they're 5 back of 9th place or 4 back of 8th. It doesn't matter, and it's also only January. Win some games, Doug. That's my message.
Win some games.
Those lowly Blackhawks have somehow won 4 in a row, and you can't win 3.
No.
The Blues,
Get out of here.
The Blues now trail the Blackhawks by a point, sitting there with 42, coincidentally, the number that they have in the Vaughn Index, and they are now 4 points back of the LA Kings for the final wild card spot in the Western Conference. However, there are multiple teams that are within 6 points of that wild card spot. The Flames, the Blues, the Predators, the Blackhawks, the Mammoth, the Ducks. And that's for the honor of getting a chance to face the Colorado Avalanche in the first round. Godspeed, y'all. Watch this, Doug. Godspeed, y'all.
Okay.
We also, of course, had a magical night in college basketball locally. Josh Schertz is going to be with us on the program at some point between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. That's coming up on the Stiefel Dossier. We welcome you to call in the program. Chairman Kurt, who will filter the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the thankless job, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. He also filters your phone calls at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, text in 314-399-9646 for those of you. We've been on 101 now, Doug. Oh, what would you say, 16, 17, 18 months, something like that. And now you're like, well, I want to get my text read. The way to get your text read is to have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And today and tomorrow, Jackson will give you a name per your request at 314-399-9646. But if you don't have one by 11 o'clock tomorrow, you're out of luck until the month of February. So send in your requests at 314-399-9646. And once again, we're back on something that we asked Jeremy Rutherford about yesterday. Tank for McKenna. No one on this team should be safe. Not even the big blue bear. That's from the 618. And they want Louis gone?
Louis, I can't blame him for much of what's gone wrong. But it did feel like last night that might have been a turning point. At least in my opinion, because I've always thought, as long as you're in it, you go for it. You got a team with plenty of veterans, many of whom have done it once before. Give them a chance, ride it out, see if they can stay in there. It didn't look like at all like a team that had any chance at all to hang in there over the long haul. Maybe I'm drawing too much out of just one game, but it really looked bad. And then the problem with the goalies at the end kind of showed that there might be something else going on behind the scenes that we don't know much about. That's not healthy. So yeah, it doesn't look very good.
I mean, it's one game, but it's 44 games. It's kind of they've given you so many examples of who they are. If you are Doug Armstrong, Alexander Steen, I think you look at this team and say, I have to be honest and say that's probably not a team that's going to win the cup. Based on everything we've seen, I think that's a more than fair assessment. So do what you got to do. And just know that this season, it's not happening, Doug.
No.
Here is Jim Montgomery with his post-game thoughts last night from Chicago. What do we have here, Papers?
He's breaking down the special teams, Doug. Special teams. Can't forget about them.
All right. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Well, I thought we had some good looks, actually. The first couple of power plays, we had some really good looks at the crease, and we just didn't converge, and we didn't get the loose puck to be able to put it in the net like the Blackhawks did.
There you go.
Okay.
3 power play goals for Chicago.
Blues had 3 power plays in the first period.
It was a tough night for Jordan Kyrou. Had some looks, too.
Yeah.
And missed. By the way, I said Bob was using was Brendan Burke on the call. TNT.
Yeah, they were holding you accountable.
I know. I would like to take some time away. And
You're going to take some time away.
Probably right after Tommy Hart.
Why don't you take time away right after spring training? You'll be in Florida anyway.
And just,
well, that's a good opportunity.
How about I accumulate, like PTO, I'll accumulate time away from all the mistakes that I make, and I'll just take an extra week in Florida, and it's just time away. And when the bosses call, I'll say, I'm just taking some time away because of all my mistakes.
Guys, no playoff money or TV money. Blues ownership must be in full-on panic mode. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, if nothing else, the fans are sticking with them. The building's mostly full almost every game. It's more than the Cardinals can say. So at least the fan base has not given up on them yet.
And this whole story, and we talked about it, I think, off-air yesterday, about how the Cardinals and FanDuel could be parting ways. They've at least got a little time to sort through it. I think the next domino to fall will be for the Blues. If you're not getting paid, then where are you putting the games on? So I think that's going to be a bigger story TV-wise sooner rather than the Cardinals, which they've got time to sort it out.
So specific to this story, and here is why it's important with regard to the product both on the ice and on the field when we're talking about both organizations, outside of the frustration that a number of people, and I realize plenty of people and are subscribers to cable, and this does not impact them, but if you are a subscriber to damn near anything other than Spectrum, you have been impacted over the last 5 or 6 seasons, and that is how these various platforms wind up having deals that they can't get FanDuel Sports, as it currently is called. And then in addition, you have the rights fees declining substantially. And then most recently, the company that owns FanDuel Sports missed a payment. That's a problem. That's a problem if you have a bookie on Tuesdays, usually, with my experience with the guy out at the water tower in Arnold who goes to Fox.
Get your leg broken.
Yeah. And it's also a problem if, say, you're operating a billion-dollar organization. And Katie Wu, formerly of the Cardinals beat with The Athletic, and Evan, Doug, do you say Drelich or Drellich? Do you say Drelich?
I say Drelich.
Has this story on The Athletic just yesterday. Next season's television income for 9 Major League Baseball teams, close to a third of the league, is up in the air, adding a new wrinkle to an offseason where free agency has already moved slowly. Main Street Sports Group, the financially troubled operator of the FanDuel Sports Network's regional sports channels, is attempting to renegotiate what it pays 29 partner teams across baseball, the NBA, and the NHL. People briefed on the company's finances, who are not authorized to speak publicly, said Main Street lost approximately $200 million in 2025 across its portfolio, which includes the Braves, Reds, Tigers, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Brewers, Rays, and the St. Louis Cardinals. Regardless of whether Main Street survives or is ultimately sold or dissolved, the same outcomes are possible. Teams could wind up with less money than they expected, or with a new broadcast partner, or both. The start of spring training is a little more than a month away, and a revenue change can affect roster building. Quote, "You don't know what your income is. It does make a difference on how you approach the offseason," said one MLB general manager who was granted anonymity to speak candidly about Main Street's renegotiation efforts. So this is a topic of conversation. I know we discussed it quite a bit on TMA when we were on HD2, not to brag, and Jackson and I talked about it on Balloon Party. This has been, and I guess some fans don't want to hear it, but maybe you operate a business, you manage a business, and you're, of course, aware that if you know you're going to have a reduction on your P&L on the income side, then you're going to have to manage the expense side. It's just business. Now, you might go, well, they're a billionaire. It doesn't matter. Well, the way you become a billionaire isn't by spending like you just signed a contract out of high school. This is how you have to manage the business, and it's not just the Cardinals. Multiple teams have this, and it's not going to go back to the kind of rights fees they used to have in the quote-unquote glory days of Fox Sports Midwest, when cable TV and leagues were getting absurd numbers of dollars. So there is going to be an impact, not just for the Cardinals, but for multiple teams, but then also for the players. If indeed there is a work stoppage, I assure you what's going on with the television situation is a part of it.
Oh, without question. And the players are going to have a hard time saying, okay, I won't take $18 million this year. I'll drop it down to $10 million so you can make your payroll. They're not going to do that. They'll go on strike before that happens.
The package from Fox Midwest was for $1 billion. It was $1 billion over 15 years. So basically, that entity, and it gets a lot of gobbledygook with Diamond Sports and Main Street and Sinclair, all that doesn't matter.
Bailey's.
Yeah, I remember they came in, and it kind of sucks for FanDuel because they're a great operation. Their name is just on this broadcast, but they're not the owners of this entity.
It's Main Street Sports Group.
So you were getting a check in its heyday for about $70 million a year. That was part of the agreement. Fox Midwest writes the check. Cardinals take it. You get the broadcast, do your thing. So in the last couple of years, that's been reworked. I have no idea if it went to 40 or 50. I don't know. So now they miss a payment, so they kill the deal. What was the word? Terminate the contract. But what I was told the other day is it doesn't mean they're walking away completely. They're still negotiating. So let's say you are the entity that is FanDuel Sports, and you say, all right, well, what if we give you 25 or 30? The Cardinals could say, we'll take it, and then do other packages. That's where they're at. But I think most likely you go to MLB, who's doing it for 6 other teams already, and they give you the production. It's still the Cat and Alexa and the gang, whatever. So it doesn't look different to you at home for the most part. But I think at this point, they're kind of still trying to figure out, is there any money left from this other group? You probably can't count on them. But what I was saying about the Blues is they're currently dealing with these same people, and they're in the middle of their season. Mm-hmm. I think that's about to be a big issue for them.
Another executive, Martin, baseball executive, said, in the event we thought we'd make X and now we're making Y, and in that case, X would be, of course, greater than Y, you can always make decisions independent of that. But I'm sure that's going to be a reality for all of these teams. They're going to have to think of that change, and that change being a decline in revenue. So that is the reality for the Cardinals and 8 other Major League Baseball teams. And as you bring up, it also is going to impact the Blues. And it's also going to impact other NHL teams. And it's also going to impact NBA teams. It's a dumpster fire, but it has a substantial trickle-down effect.
Yeah, if you have less and less money coming in. We saw the stands last year. We got guys in Des Moines canceling because they can't get a nonstop flight, Tim. These are all adding to revenue issues. Nobody cares. The DeWitts are wealthy people. But I think it does affect the product.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it will. And if they're used to getting $70 million a year, and now the MLB might take it over, you have to wonder, can they give these teams, not just the Cardinals, but the several other teams in the same boat, can they give them all anything close to that?
No, I don't think they can write them a blank check. They just, however many people buy the product, and it's a tough time to be selling the Cardinal product.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If this somehow imploded while your team was the equivalent right now, and can't say Dodgers because that's such a high bar, but let's just say you're like the Braves where you've been pretty good for a while, or the Cubs, and it's just a really bad time if you're the Cardinals. As good as everything was for them for a while, a lot of it just fell in their lap. I mean, they were good at picking the players, but it just seemed like they led a charmed life for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is a really bad time to be asking people, hey, do you want to buy our product? 10, 20 years ago, they'd do, hey, where is it? I'll buy it. What do I need to spend? And right now, people are apathetic about it at the same time that your TV deal is falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Cardinals specifically, it's happening at a time where, at least in my lifetime, I haven't experienced less interest in the actual on-the-field product. So it is a confluence that creates a perfect storm for a disaster. That is the reality. That story in The Athletic by former Cardinal beat writer, now working as the Dodgers beat writer for The Athletic, Katie Wu and Evan Drellich. For the record, the Cardinals and other NBA teams missed payments from Main Street. So the Cardinals were the baseball team that didn't get a payment, and then NBA teams didn't get a payment. In 2024, and I don't know how many people are aware of this, Rob Manfred in Major League Baseball created a payment for the teams that had what they called a media disruption. So they created a media disruption distribution. And then Commissioner Rob Manfred last winter allotted money from the sports luxury tax the overages teams pay when their payroll climbs to a certain level to teams that took a hit to their TV revenues up to $15 million per team with a total limit of roughly $75 million. The league did not try to bring those payments back this winter. However, giving some clubs money over others is always a tricky maneuver for a commissioner, and it would have been politically difficult for Manfred to repeat. People briefed on ownership thinking said. So that is what they tried to do to tend to it, because you have 9 teams experiencing this specifically with Main Street. Yeah,
so it's not just the Cardinals in trouble. It's almost a third of the league.
That's right.
Facing a major restructuring of how the money comes in.
Debacle.
Yeah, they got real issues ahead.
It will all come to how much revenues. I doubt you can get as much for advertising as they once did. That's from Just Don't Press Push. The MLB is definitely not looking to write the Cardinals a blank check right before a work stoppage. That comes from the clever name texters. The lack of interest is more about the inability for people to become attached to the team by seeing them on television every night than it is the performance of the team. The Cardinals haven't been great the past couple seasons, but it's not like they've been the freaking White Sox. They've been a 500-ish ball club. Plenty of 500 Cardinal ball clubs have drawn good ratings in the past. That's from McGee's Willie. And that's important prepositional phrase, though, at the end. It's in the past. I ask you this, and of course it's rhetorical here as it's with the audience, but how many kids around town do you see wearing Cardinal jerseys relative to take your pick of other sports jerseys? I would tell you it's a substantial decline from what I saw, whether it was when I was growing up, and I was growing up in the 80s era, the 1990s. The first half of the decade wasn't particularly successful by any means, but the second half of the decade had a team go to the NLCS, and then, of course, the McGuire era, and then 2000 and on for 2 decades was incredibly successful. Perhaps the most successful in the National League, at least for the first 15 years. So the game has changed when it comes to kids' interest in baseball relative to those of us who are, 30 years or older. So that's something that now they'll talk about television ratings for playoff series, especially when they can get the Dodgers or Yankees in there, which will impact the television ratings. But if people are under the impression that baseball is as popular with young people as it was in the 80s or 90s or 2000s, I would respectfully disagree on that. It is 7:53 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Huge night in college basketball locally with the Billikens and Missouri winning for the first time in the respective buildings.
Schertz at 9. Coach
9
Schertz
o'clock.
at 9 o'clock.
Josh Schertz joining us at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier. It is the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Healthcare Evolution, a new sponsor here on TMA. I went out to Healthcare Evolution over our holiday break, and what a revolution it is. Check them out online. It's healthcare-evolution.com. If you have pain, the traditional healthcare system puts you in a waiting game. Weeks for primary care. Weeks then to get into specialists. Then you got physical therapy. Then you get MRIs, likely 2 to 3 months just to get answers. And it's not like your pain necessarily goes away. Or Healthcare Evolution will look at your pain the same day. So if you're experiencing this, we have a solution, and it's Healthcare Evolution. The same day, they can offer real treatment options right away, such as regenerative injections for pain relief and healing. Discover how Healthcare Evolution can help you get back to living life. Imagine getting in today as opposed to waiting for weeks to see your primary doctor and then the specialist and then physical therapy and then maybe an MRI. No, it can be as soon as today. Go online at healthcare-evolution.com Why wait months to feel better? It's a revolution with healthcare evolution. Healthcare-evolution.com, our 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on The Morning After. The program is called TMA. You can watch it on the YouTube channel, TMA STL YouTube channel. And, of course, it's here on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to go to if you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're not sure about your situation, what you could get approved for. Doesn't matter the situation or the circumstance. AutoLoanPro.com, here for you. Takes a pro to do it right. When you're looking to buy a car, they're going to make sure you can do it with little to no money down. Best rates available. Making that large purchase gets complicated, especially if there's a hiccup on your record. Doesn't matter. AutoLoan Pro get you into the vehicle. They'll also help you get your credit on track. You can learn by downloading the free playbook. That's online as well at that website, AutoLoanPro.com. They work with over 50 different lenders. That means you're going to get the best rate possible. You can see the cars online, make a selection there, then get approved. All of it right there. One website, AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Lita family. Download the free playbook, pick out your car, get it all done in one spot. Financing that car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night 7-3 at the hands of the Chicago Blackhawks. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Utah Mammoth. You can catch the game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7, puck drop at 8. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Do you think it would have been Elvis Presley's birthday that turned him 102 today?
Oh, he wouldn't be that old.
Well, he died in 77, 78, 78.
And he was only like 40-something.
40-ish. So he would have been in 91-ish.
He would have been 91 today.
Martin!
Shipped
What
it.
a win!
Shipped it. Can you bet on somebody's birthday that's already dead?
It's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the presentation. A vindicated Jackson Burkett is on the ones and the twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, I know on Thursdays you love the phone calls, especially after a huge Billikens win, a huge Missouri win, and a disastrous night for the St. Louis Blues in which the backup goaltender was in hiding, was having a recreational. We don't know.
I doubt the latter. Wouldn't
Sharon
you want
Clayton
some
thinks.
privacy if you were having a recreational? You wouldn't sit 10 feet off the ice, would you? Come on.
Torpchecker got a point.
I think at the Red Sox dugout, they have a bathroom like literally right inside the dugout.
Sure, to go number one, not number two.
Well, it doesn't say on there, no defecating.
But that's what it's for.
This isn't Latte Larry's.
Latte Larry's.
The no defecation zone.
If you're going to play a professional sport, you must get yourself regular.
Yeah, but what if
you
you're
can't take time out? I can't go in the game. I got to.
What if you're a backup though?
That's
where like
what
you might not go in.
That's what you say when you're 8 years old, not when you're 28
If I'm a
years old
backup
and a
tender,
professional athlete.
If I'm a backup tender and I'm deciding my pregame meal and I don't think I'm going to get in the game, I might opt for something a little bit more disruptive.
No, you have to assume as a backup goalie, especially with this team, you have to assume they're going to need you.
Yeah.
That there might be a hook involved during the game. And for those who missed it, there's great video of Joel Hofer, the backup goalie who didn't come into the game because at the time they said they couldn't find him. That's according to the broadcast. No clarity yet from the team. Binnington apparently was being pulled. They couldn't find Joel Hofer. TNT found him with video of him peeking around the corner of the wall.
That's in.
Behind the Blues
and a great dramatic zoom in on Hofer. Slowly but surely zooming in on him.
It was like cinematography for sure.
Wearing a mask.
By the way, people who blame me for losing their parlay because I didn't think Mizzou would cover, it really didn't matter since the Blues didn't do their part.
Yeah. You know who didn't wear a mask for a long time was Glenn Hall, who died yesterday. We should mention that.
Mr. Goalie.
94 years old. One of the first superstar Blues. Set the record for playing, what was it, 503 straight games?
Ran a Conn Smythe winner in a losing series.
Oh, he was fantastic when he was here. He was really great. One of the greatest of all time. How great do you have to be when your nickname is Mr. Goalie?
Mr. Goalie.
Yeah.
Somebody comes along. Sorry, kid, that name is taken. Mr. Goalie. Glenn Hall.
Yeah. One of the all-time greats of the game.
I feel like the Blues, they brought him back in recent years, right? For some events, maybe.
He hadn't been in very good health for a few years. He was 94 years old. So
Sharon Clayton's not happy with you, Doug.
Oh, no.
Hey, Mr. Regular Bowel Movement, sometime blank literally happens. That's from Sharon in Clayton, and I think she's in Sanibel, that's the Fable Ticks of Florida. Am I right?
Yep. Spot on.
Yeah. Sometimes, rarely does a perfectly healthy 20-something-year-old professional athlete lose control of his bowels. Rarely.
Do you recall, was it Bobby Hurley during the NCAA tournament? Was that 92 where he was running point for the Duke Blue Devils and he had to run from the floor?
Yeah, there was a famous moment where Paul Pierce gets wheeled off the floor in a playoff game and then comes back miraculously and Boston fans go crazy. And he later claims that he had to go number 2.
And that's why they needed a wheelchair.
That's just what
Seems
he
a little
said.
extreme.
I know what you're
talking about. It's famous footage, but that's Doesn't that seem, even when he explains, you're like, oh, thanks for clearing that up. Wait a minute. That doesn't clear it up.
Yeah, but he was like almost like weeping.
I don't doubt that it hasn't happened to somebody at some point. I'm just saying, sure was a coincidence that just as they're waving Binnington off the ice, oh, Hofer's pooping. Give me a break.
Do you think he was wearing the mask because it was, really?
Oh, stop it.
Sharon wants us to know that she's texting from the beach.
Oh, darn it.
She's happy to be slumming it here on the beach. So Sharon and her partner, Harrison's brother, Master.
Papers, take a little break from entering all the names. This poor guy, man, he is feverishly.
A lot of text inbox names coming in from the Air Comfort Service text inbox. It's Papers. But at least you're doing it after not only a Missouri win, but you told the listening audience who was coming after you while Missouri was flailing in December that just wait. Jaden Stone and Trent Pierce is going to make a difference, and now you are vindicated.
Yeah, I mean, and something that I think goes a little under-discussed is Missouri really had a tough time with allowing offensive rebounds. Your two leading rebounders last night in the Kentucky game, Jaden Stone and Trent Pierce, 7 and 4 respectively. So not only do they make a huge difference on offense, but what they do, they're just having two starters back makes a world of difference. And it's a huge credit to Dennis Gates. It's easy after a 43-point loss on a big stage to kind of pack it in, especially when you have the #1 recruiting class coming next year. Not how Dennis Gates handles it.
Here is what he had to say with his opening statement talking about the resilience of this Missouri team.
I'm proud of our guys to be able to do something that we've never done in history. That's win at Kentucky. And obviously being able to go 2-0 to start our SEC schedule. Our guys was resilient. They didn't break during the moments where we could have. We withstood every run that they were able to obviously execute, whether it was big shots, whistle may not have gone our way, but our guys fought, and this guy right here to my left, he put the team on his back and allowed other teammates to step up when he needed a break. So I'm proud of Mark Mitchell and our entire program and staff.
A little shout at the official. I like how you kind of weave that in there if some of the whistles didn't go our way. But you went down 8, 4.5 to go. You're on the road. That can get kind of sideways. That's when the game can kind of really tilt.
From that moment on, that's when Dennis Gates outcoached Mark Pope. He ran some great plays, the lob to Trent Pierce early, the Spain screen that got the dunk for Sean Phillips, and then getting Mark Mitchell the ball on the one-on-one situation to go up 1. That's just out. And then the play Mark Pope drew up with 8 seconds left was laughable. So big credit to Dennis Gates.
A 15-2 run to close out that win.
15-2 run, and the Kentucky Wildcats booed off the floor at Rupp Arena last night. Meanwhile, in Richmond, the Billikens get a signature win. A number of Billiken fans saying it's one of the biggest wins they've had in the last decade, if not more. That's how substantial that was, because it was their one quad one opportunity. Martin, you made reference to that graphic earlier on, and it came in the face of blowing a 49-35 lead, with VCU taking a 1-point lead late in the game. Amari McCautry hits a critical 3. Not the guy you would think would be shooting that 3, but he delivers. And Josh Schertz talked about the fact that the Billikens had to win this game, and they found some identity with defense, which, of course, hasn't necessarily been what the team's been doing in order to have this early season success. Here is the Billikens head coach, who will join us live on the Stiefel Dossier at 9 o'clock.
Of course, as fans, you'd love to have your team play at its highest level, perpetually. It's just not realistic, though. You lose your way offensively, you lose your way defensively, you can lose your identity. The key is to try to play to your identity for as much as possible, the 40 minutes, for as much as possible of the 35, 40 games is, that's the key. But we definitely lost our way against New Hampshire and against St. Joe's. We had to play against St. Joe's, a historically good offensive game to win. That's not going to win you games like tonight where, every basket's tough. And so, the 5 days we spent a lot of time trying to get back to that identity, and thought our guys were awesome tonight. They're really hard to guard. They shoot threes well. They got a lot of guys who can drive it. They're dynamic. We had different matchups. Robbie was guarding Barry Evans. Amari's guarding Djokovic. There's a lot to unpack, and they guys did a fantastic job of competing and making it hard on VCU.
That, and by the way, because I couldn't find Josh Schertz post-game audio. Road game wasn't available anywhere. That was from him being on, I believe, West Pine Bills Twitter Spaces, like a Twitter live stream that Josh Schertz hopped on to talk to fans after the game.
Is that right?
Yes. Like 900 people watching. Josh Schertz
Really?
answers questions from fans. It was only a couple of minutes that he was on there, but that says a lot about him as a person, I
Tip
think.
of the cap to the head coach, friend of the program, occasional co-host, and West Pine Bills.
Yeah, super cool. I thought, because I was looking all over this morning to try to find some post-game audio from Schertz. Couldn't find it anywhere, but I had that because Josh Schertz is a man of the people.
How about that?
And I think he gets his job is to win games, but also you got to sell the product. I mean, St. Louis U historically has had to fight for coverage, fight for fans in this town. I think he gets it. He likes talking. He's good at it. He can be fun. He's very easy to deal with, but I think he also realized, and that group there, that's a diehard group of Billiken fans. And that's, if you're a coach, you should be leaning into the people that really are passionate about your product.
How great would it be if the Billikens became a regular contender every year?
Yeah.
If they had a team like this year in and year out.
Yeah.
Go on a run this year. If you can, duplicate it and get into the Big East. There is your formula. That's it.
That changes the game completely.
Yeah. Because, Doug, they have to follow this one up with a trip to LaSalle. They'll see Fordham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And after all
Richmond.
these years, I'm sure a lot of people still don't know where these schools are.
You just don't want to lose to schools in 2025, 2026 in the A10 that exist in Philadelphia or New York.
Doug, was it St. Bonaventure where the
Bonnies, nobody beats the Bonnies.
Where the Billikens bus driver got drunk and didn't come back? And
that's true.
And then they had Travis Ford's cell phone was on the bus, so they were able to track where their team bus was. Talk about logistics. By the way, texture much earlier. I like to do an occasional audit there where somebody said extend Schertz. I think that's a joke because of what Drinkwitz is probably getting extended right now, reworking the deal, but I think they were kidding, although maybe they're serious. Somebody else said SLU over VCU is not a huge win. VCU is not that good. The reason it's a huge win, as we've tried to point out, their tournament resume is pretty lean. And so if you have a chance to get what they call a quad one win, you got to get it, and that's what last night was. So therefore, because of that, it is a huge win.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. And Steve Lapis, who was on the color commentary last night on CBS, said you rarely see a team get an NCAA tournament at-large bid without a quad one win. So last night, possibly for both teams, was like a play-in game, even though it was January 7th. That's why that game had that intensity. That's why that game, as Martin said, had that importance. I also think, taking it out of just the absolute objective element of the fact that it was a quad one win and the team needed that, I think from a bigger picture standpoint to the relevance of the team in the St. Louis area and college basketball as a whole, because you saw all the college basketball writers and podcasters last night talking about St. Louis University, and Kellen Thames for that matter, is now it puts St. Louis University on the map with those who hadn't been paying attention locally and also nationally. You win by 9 points in that building, and then you go, wow, what's the deal with SLU this year? Oh, they're 14-1? Holy crap. Now, again, I'm sure Josh Schertz would be the first one to say it. The schedule's not impressive. Period. The schedule's not impressive. But when you do that, it legitimizes the record as opposed to, well, they've done it, but they've done it against a bunch of butt asses. And now when you win like that in that building, it gives some legitimacy to that record. And the reality also is, for those who have been watching it closely, they really should be undefeated. It was one of the bad beats of the year that they lost in the manner that they did to Stanford. Fortunately for the Billikens, the Stanford beat 16th-ranked Louisville over the weekend, helping legitimize a Stanford team that I don't think was necessarily expected to be particularly great in the ACC. Doug, yes, that's where they are in the ACC. That's why Duke will travel to Stanford later this year.
Right. That makes perfect geographical sense, if nothing else.
And for fans who are just loosely paying attention, when we say, hey, this is a big game for SLU, hey, they need to win this game, we talk it up quite a bit. You got to win those games for the fringe fan to kind of get interested or to get excited about it. So had they gone there and played poorly, or had they gone there and lost, then people who are kind of on the fence like, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. But now you have a little bit of momentum here, and maybe next week you get ranked, and that gets a little more talk going. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun stretch, Doug. The next couple of months, can't wait.
Yeah, it looks like if you look at their schedule coming up, it looks like they should win these next games. They win the next 5 or 6 in a row. You're staring at a record of 20-1. That ought to get people's attention. There's a chance, that, it's not likely, that they could run the table here the rest of the way. They really could.
Doug, the Billikens have played great defense all season. Perhaps if you were to sit where you can see the game as opposed to sitting where you need to be seen, you would have noticed. Dino Bravo.
Well, Coach Schertz would disagree. He was complaining about their D the other day.
Right. He complained about it against New Hampshire and St. Joe's.
Well, he and I are both right there on the court, so we can't see the big picture.
So this is like going to Chaffetz Arena is like going to MSG, and you're sitting on the floor. So it's Tracy Morgan, Howard Stern, Timothy Chalamet, and he's the Jawline King?
Jawline King, that's right.
Well, didn't you walk into the last game with a derby and a cane?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Stephen A. Smith. Mm-hmm. Purple derby.
Yeah.
Papers, what's the new Chalamet? He's a ping pong player?
Marty Supreme.
Have you reviewed this?
Yeah.
Movie boy.
That'll be next week on Movie Boy.
Oh, that's next week.
I have seen it, but
You have seen it?
Yeah.
Can you give us a sneak peek at your thoughts?
It's
Good.
Yeah.
Really good?
I think you have to be a fan of a certain type of movie to really enjoy it.
Certain type of.
Hey, guys, do MILFs attend SLU games? Thanks. That's from Big Paws. Doug, have you seen their concerted marketing effort?
I'm sure there's some. Okay. I'm sure. Again, when you sit right there on the court, you don't get to see everybody.
I'm imagining the headline right now. Doug Vaughn, quote, MILFs go to SLU games.
And Tim with a purple derby.
That's right, and a cane.
That's the sub-headline.
LaSalle is where at-large hopes go. Oh, at-large hopes. I apologize. LaSalle is where at-large hopes go to die. They can't afford a letdown this Saturday. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
LaSalle's 5-11 on the season.
Afternoon game.
Got a big win.
Afternoon game. Still a road game. Still got to focus.
There it is. The last pre-game speech.
The last thing.
Why don't you tell Coach Schertz that when he gets on with us at 9 o'clock?
I have a feeling he's aware. I have a feeling he's aware that every game is of importance, especially road games. But yeah, winning on the road is really hard in college basketball.
LaSalle has losses to Merrimack and Long Island and High Point.
Merrimack. Wow, I feel like that should have gotten local attention.
Is that the one spelled
They did beat Lancaster Bible 75-46.
Is that the Merrimack? It's spelled with an I. Is there an I in that Merrimack?
MERRIMACK.
Yeah, I don't know where that is. But I'm speaking more to the VCU game and the Kentucky game for Missouri. Like quad one wins at home are teams net ranking 1 through 30. Quad one wins on the road are net rankings 1 through 75.
That is important. I think, and I understand, because I was looking this up last night.
Yeah.
So that's fresh on my mind. Why is it a quad one win? What changes? Because, okay, VCU at home won't be a quad one win, but VCU on the road, and that's because of the home court element. So it shows you how much the NCAA weighs road wins. It's a great road win for both teams. That is a great road win for Nebraska, for example. Yeah. And I'm tying this into Illinois. And listen, I'm super excited. I mean, as a Missouri, I guess whatever the hell you would call somebody who has 8 credit hours left, somebody who went to school there, and a St. Louisan, I'm super fired up about Missouri and St. Louis U. I don't necessarily see them as national championship contenders, but I'll be living and dying with them if they both can continue the run that they are on here recently from Missouri and St. Louis U throughout the course of the year. Illinois is a national championship contender, and that is why, Nate Oates was kind of crapping on Vanderbilt going into Alabama, going into Nashville last night, where Vanderbilt continued their undefeated season, saying they haven't played any really great teams yet. He was trying to be complimentary, but it didn't come off well, and he doesn't necessarily have the greatest reputation. Yeah. Didn't he go after a Missouri player physically?
Grabbed him.
Yeah, that would have been Aiden Shaw.
Yeah. So Nate Oates didn't help himself there as Alabama lost 96-90 in Nashville last night. But along those lines, Nebraska, I'm sure plenty of people are going, okay, hold on a second. The Big Ten now, Nebraska's a basketball school and Indiana's a football school. This is a relearning situation. But Nebraska won in Champaign last second, albeit against a team that truly is a national championship contender. I mean, I guess injuries can happen and blow that off, but otherwise I'd imagine Illinois is going to be in the mix for a Final Four run. And so when you get those kinds of wins, that shoots up the credibility in what is a subjective format, of course, when it comes to college and these tournaments, and that's why these wins are so huge. Records are deceptive to the point now that teams don't even really worry about losing. They worry about playing quality opposition and ideally getting 1 or 2 wins and preferably staying and keeping it respectable. That's the problem that Missouri had. Got blown off the floor in 2 non-conference games, and they missed an opportunity against a Notre Dame team that's looking like it's not particularly grand, although they have a coach who will chase down referees.
Yeah, he'll get that ass.
Almost as if college coaches are a little more banty than other coaches.
Yeah, NATO's
starting to
fired up yesterday. Vanderbilt is outstanding. I mean, Nebraska and Vanderbilt are combined 30-0 in basketball this year.
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, but if you watch...
Indiana and Ole Miss could play for the national championship in football.
Yeah.
Hello again, everybody.
What a time to be alive. But
right is wrong, left is right.
If you can watch Vanderbilt, despite their atrocious home court viewing experience where the teams are on baselines and you can't even see the fans, but Tyler Tanner they have, their point guard's awesome. You should, if you get a chance to watch him this year, you'll be pleased.
You talked about how the Big East would be so good. I'm looking at it right now. It's just perfect for St. Louis.
Perfect.
Big East has 11 teams right now. 12 would seem better. They could divide it into an East and a West. SLU could be with Creighton and DePaul and Marquette and Butler and Xavier.
Butler.
There's the West. The East is in the New York area, that Georgetown, Washington area. It'd just be perfect, wouldn't it?
And having Rick Pitino specifically mention the Billikens on the podcast with Krzyzewski last year, I mean, they're clearly eyeing it, and having somebody who's been the face of college basketball for decades, really, from a coaching standpoint, with take your pick. I mean, Pitino and Krzyzewski, 2 of the faces of it, talking about it, how it makes sense. He mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, Memphis, Dayton. Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world for the Big East. A bunch of non-football schools, many of them private. Yeah, it would be perfect. Go on a run. And as a texter here says, SLU doesn't need to contend for a national championship, but a Cinderella-type run to the Sweet 16 would really get them on the recruiting map with a head coach like Schertz. And another thing, Martin, I don't know how closely you were watching. I know you actually have to work at night where I'm sitting there playing slap and tickle with my family. But when they were coming back
you're
from
saying
break,
producer Dave and I don't play slap and tickle.
I didn't want to imply that,
Okay.
but if you would like to acknowledge it, I'd always heard that.
Okay.
I'd always heard
You always heard that.
I'd always
What are you guys doing over there?
They came back from break and they were showing highlights of Spoonhour and Highmark and Claggett and, the 93 team that went to the NCAA tournament. One of the reasons why that team was successful is because, of course, they were talented. But then there are other layers to it that then gets a community on board. You have a personable, likable head coach who's accessible. Josh Schertz joining us at 9 o'clock. And then you have local talent playing a role in the team's success. Highmark and Claggett, of course, local players. And so from that standpoint, what's going on with the bad man, Kellen Thames, who got some more minutes last night, was critical, was the star of the game, without question, a career-high 18 points, 10 rebounds. And now I think that's starting to stand out. I was seeing some VCU social media, I guess bloggers, podcasters saying, St. Louis University is a tournament team, period. And if somebody doesn't mention Kellen Thames, you can tell they don't know a thing about St. Louis University. So now you have a local player with some local heritage as well, with his dad's success emerging as one of the stars of the team. So now you have the same recipe that led to the Billikens drawing, record-breaking crowds back in the day when they were playing in the arena.
Well, they tried hard to get him that poster dunk late in the game, too. They gave him a lob. The throw was maybe just, he's up there. Man, he is ready to windmill at any time. But to the Big East topic, if you are in play, it certainly helps because there's a snobbery to every league. I think the Big East probably goes, do we really want a team out of the 8? Do we really want SLU? If you make your brand, it's a good time to be really good if the Big East is going to expand. Mm-hmm. You want to be as appealing of a product as you can be, and right now they are.
And it took Wichita State, Creighton, and Loyola one big year or two for them to get offers to go to bigger, more lucrative conferences. And maybe this will be the same for St. Louis.
Couldn't agree more. That's last night cannot be overstated. And weirdly, if you would have said at the beginning of the year, Missouri wins at Kentucky, and SLU wins at VCU, you'd go, well, the Missouri win at Kentucky is way, way more substantial. But Missouri's going to have all kinds of opportunities. SLU, that was it. That was it. That's the quad one opportunity. Now, there's a chance that some others could pop up. I guess Dayton could pop up. George Mason, I think.
That ranking's obviously fluid, so teams can go up and down.
But that was it. And so if you're going to have the run, last night was necessary. And importantly, they got challenged after blowing a lead, just like they did against Stanford, and they responded and were able to then pull away and did so in really impressive fashion down the stretch when that building was going bad crap. Josh Schertz coming up at 9 o'clock. And then Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri and Kentucky and college football throughout the course of the season on the SEC Network. My favorite college football broadcast team, by the way, is Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, and Cole Kubelik. He's going to be with us at 10 o'clock as we've got Ole Miss and Miami tonight. Can't wait to sell in. ILL is taking on Rutgers tonight as college basketball in the St. Louis area is experiencing some momentum while the Blues and Cardinals have some real problems. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug. David Bowie and Elvis Presley share a birthday?
Yeah. I tell you, like, some days there's no musical birthdays, and then other days it's a treasure trove. And there's another person's birthday today. Probably won't be playing some of his...
initials, please.
Some of his music. Well, he had the keys to Ignition.
Jackson looked at me like to see if I would know it.
He had the keys to Ignition.
And he hopped fresh out the kitchen.
Can I just get the guy's damned initials,
He had to
please?
go number one.
What?
R. Kelly. I mean,
So when you think of golden showers, you think of me?
Oh.
When I think of golden showers, I think of...
Is he still in jail?
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty sure.
Former guest on Fox's pregame show before the NFC Championship game. Sat right next to them.
Oh, the one against the Eagles.
Eagles, yeah.
Yeah, I went to a party after that game, and R. Kelly was walking right past me, rolling in. And it wasn't like a party where there were thousands of people. You know, this isn't like, hey, guess where I was 25 years ago. I don't know what he was doing there. That's what I'm saying.
Did he sing? He might have sung the national anthem or something. It was on Fox, NFC Championship game.
Doug was at a bar called the Church Key. Do you remember that bar?
I don't know. I never went to the Church Key.
Oh, it was up there kind of by that Schlafly up there, kind of near Sluish, kind of up.
I think that's
like
what I'm thinking.
Locust-ish.
Yeah, I think that's what it was called. It used to be a church that they turned into a club, and R. Kelly was there.
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
think
like, well, if I am into golden showers, I'm in the right spot. This is great. The Rams are going to the Super Bowl, and R. Kelly's here. Doug, everything's happening. Don't kink shame. Don't kink shame.
It was like an old house or a castle or something. It was a weird venue.
Not open anymore?
I don't think so.
Guys, my daughter also turns 3 today. That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
Oh, think about that.
Happy birthday to her.
David Bowie passed away 2016?
Yeah.
Wow. What do you think he would have been? I'm going to go 79.
So this is his birthday
80.
today?
I sometimes struggle with some math, so if you guys could help me out, he was born in 1947.
So right around 80, but not quite. So 79.
79.
Shipped it. I just shipped it.
You did.
Martin, you shipped it. I shipped it. Damn, Tim, you were almost trafficked by R. Kelly. That's neat. That's from Illini Lance.
Trafficked. Would you have agreed to be trafficked by him?
Great question.
I'll address that in between the Josh Schertz interview and the Tom Hart interview, which is coming up on the Stiefel dossier. And in between there also the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Right now, Jackson, what are the standings 3 days in to Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling's greatest promo in the history of TMA?
3 days, 3 different winners. Los Ween has a win. Incel from the other side of the couch has a win. And Ali Vidinya also has 1 win.
What kind of name is that? Oh, that's right. It's French.
Yeah, it's French.
So
Sounds like a pregnancy mission.
I think he's from Montreal.
Oh, is he really?
Mm-hmm.
L'Habitant.
Yeah. Okay. Then he'll really need the HVAC system. It's cold up there.
Doug, Martin, you guys are clients of Design Air just like me. Martin, tell me about that Seth Goldcamp.
Love Seth Goldcamp. Remember we had beers with Seth? Not only was he a great guy to talk to, he gave us a good breakdown of the industry.
Southsider.
Kind of how his whole family, how things have evolved over the years, how it started. You know, you think about HVAC, 50, 60, 70 years. Well, it was different, okay? But it was always about the comfort in your home. The man knows the business inside and out, and his employees are great. And a lot of times you can tell how good the company is if the employees are happy. And you can just tell dealing with them. They know what they're doing. They like working there. It's a reason this company's been around for more than a century. Longest running sponsor on this show. So we always encourage you to support the sponsors. But the best thing is when you do, you send us notes and say, man, they were great. They got out there and got things fixed. I know for personal experience what it's like to work with Seth's team. They installed that new HVAC unit. Loved every step of the way, which is, the early part, explaining it, then the installation, then afterwards, hey, everything good, you need anything else? It's the kind of quality and just really the respect that you're looking for when you're working with a company. St. Louis-based, family-owned, longest-running sponsor. What else do you need to know? DesignAirService.com is the website. Go there year-round for all your heating and cooling needs.
Sponsor of that email of the day promotion where the winner of the month is going to get a $10,000 HVAC system. Chairman Kurt, how are things in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, email folder for January 8th, 2026.
It's incredibly early. I've got 4 that have made their way to the filtered file.
Oh, really?
How many were submitted, though? What is the conversion rate?
I've deleted 2.
Oh, 67%.
And there's also 2 that are in kind of like a purgatory where I'll decide later.
Wow.
Okay.
Any of our previous winners with a submission that's made it to the filtered final?
No, not yet.
File. Okay.
They're waiting in the weeds.
You think so? You think what Scarlet Spicy winner?
Sure.
Taking their time.
What about that guy who was trying to get pregnant? Do you think Ali Videnia's going to...
Ali usually shows up a little later in the presentation.
Well, an opportunity here the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Choke Artists 1.6, Doug says, I am sick of this BS team embarrassing St. Louis on national television.
Talking about City?
So what does he want to have happen? Stop playing?
Then he just sent a new one in. Then Binnington is absolutely incompetent. I could score his ass.
Oh. And he said that in all caps, too, didn't he?
Did. That's correct, with some exclamation
That's why
points.
you were screaming.
Yeah, I
Okay,
go
I
into
get it
character.
now.
I'm like, Daniel Day-Lewis.
Blues lose 7-3 if he didn't stay up till midnight last night. They
And
lost
Joel
to the
Hofer was
Blackhawks.
missing.
Joel Hofer was not to
He
be
wasn't
found.
missing. I saw him back there. He's just peeking around the bend.
Little hide and seek.
I can't
at
get
the
over
United
how
Center.
good that zoom in is by whoever. Big shout out to TNT's camera guy, whoever found him and then started to zoom in on him.
Because you're shooting the bench, you would not have been shooting down the tunnel there, and they must have had the awareness to say, "Oh wow, there's a player. Oh wow, there's the backup goalie." They were just talking about. We haven't, honestly. It's funny to laugh about it. It's kind of sad, but we haven't gotten any clarity. And to be fair, Jim Montgomery, it appears, was not asked about the situation, which on TV, it looked like he was polling Binnington. Binnington doesn't leave the ice. Panger was doing the game with Brendan Burke, and it seemed like Binnington, just refused to leave the game. But on top of that, maybe he didn't because they couldn't find the backup, Joel Hofer, until the camera showed him peeking around the corner.
I might need somebody to hit that with the Curb Your Enthusiasm music and then directed by Robert B. Weed.
That's a good idea.
You need like a hockey John boy.
If someone's out there who could do that, I'd really appreciate that.
Did you see Chairman Kurt? Kurt, did you send that to the group or just me? Because the chairman has a picture of Joel Hofer peeking around the corner, but he put Doug Vaughn's head next to it. Too good.
If you're going to hide like that, if you're Hofer, wouldn't it have made more sense for him to go back to the locker room and maybe pretend that he's sick? I just happen to be ill at
So
just
now you
the
are
wrong
buying
time.
into the recreational theory.
I'm not buying into it at all, no.
Sharon and Clayton's going to be mad again.
We needed Calvin there. Hey, Coach, was Joel Hofer hiding? He's sorry, what? Was he hiding? Because it did appear as if the man was hiding. It's too bizarre.
He wouldn't have been taking a recreational right there. It's 15 feet off the bench. And why did he have the mask on? Does he wear the mask everywhere? You put the mask on when you play.
Maybe that's how he gets into character.
Do you think he was yelling around, hey, you guys still need me? It's just bizarre, the whole thing. Were they trying to pull the goalie at that point? It's late in the game. Maybe it's pointless to even pull him because usually you do it earlier in a game when you think you still got a chance.
Right.
So that would have just been...
Probably even more embarrassing.
Yeah.
To get yanked out after you've given up 7 and the game is hopelessly lost.
Just got a text from an NHL goaltender.
Oh, good.
My theory is he was half undressed because there was 7 minutes left. That's from Dada. So there's somebody who's played in the league as a goalie.
Hasn't played in the league, no.
On the cup.
Well, how about this? If you're on the team, don't get undressed until the game is over. How about that? It's just a general rule of thumb.
That was one of John Wooden's tenets.
Yeah, stay dressed.
Walton, we need you back in there. Oh, sorry, I'm undressed. Okay.
But I will peek around the corner.
If any former basketball player were to be undressed 7 minutes left in the game, Bill Walton might be up there.
At the very least, he'd be barefoot.
Yeah.
Guys, the rumor is Joel had dinner at Sharon and Clayton's. He's been sick for days. That's from one of the brothers' time. In this case, it's Ed.
No, it can't be because
She's down there at Sanibel.
Yeah, Sharon is stated that she is in Sanibel. We've seen Hofer here in St. Louis and now Chicago.
And Connor Bedard's been out for about a month after the unfortunate incident, face-off with Braden Shen. He's coming back. Bedard is for them. I think on Friday he's missed about a month, and yet they have now won 4 in a row. So I think we can stop talking Blues playoff percent. Doug, I don't want the index. I don't want a playoff percentage. Just win some games.
Jackson, the Blues Buzz blog has already created your wish.
Really?
They sent it out on the Twitter tweets at Blues Buzz blog as Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Nice.
The video of Joel Hofer.
Because you just asked for that.
I just was sent a link.
Yeah, 36 minutes ago, I guess. Oh, so they beat me to it. Nice.
Tip of the cap to the Blues
Huge.
Buzz blog. That is correct. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Josh Schertz going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. We got college football playoff action tonight. Ole Miss and Miami. I can't wait. Tomorrow night, Indiana and Oregon. I can't wait. Saturday, Doug, can you do the order of the 6 NFL playoff games?
The order of them, like when they're going to be played?
Because I'm trying to think of what the first game is. Is it the Chargers and Patriots?
Yeah.
Then you get Bears and Packers. Now we go to Sunday. Bills and Jaguars. I expect a high-scoring game in the Bills and Jaguars game. Josh Allen 0 for 4 on the road in the playoffs. You probably can think of the team he lost to more than anybody else. Our team, the Kansas City Chiefs. But he also lost to the Houston Texans and Deshaun Watson on the road. But he is 0-4 on the road. Then following that game,
I think Rams and Panthers is the first game.
Fox would like to interject with Rams.
And Panthers is the first game.
Saturday afternoon.
Oh, that's the Saturday afternoon game. The Patriots is Sunday Night Football.
Yes, Patriots and Chargers is Sunday night.
And then in between there, you got the 49ers and the Eagles.
Yeah, that's on
beat
Sunday.
Up 49ers team. That number's 3.5. That's an odd number to me, considering the 49ers' health. And then the Monday night game, Texans and Steelers. So there you go. So it is a glorious stretch for football fans, and it started off last night with a wonderful stretch for local college basketball fans, with the Billikens getting the win for the first time at VCU, Missouri getting its first win ever at Kentucky, Illinois getting Rutgers tonight. They get Iowa this weekend, and then you got the college football playoff and then the NFL playoffs. Doug, here's what I got a question for you. How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks.
I'm really looking forward to the Illinois-Iowa matchup.
You're going to sal in.
Yeah, I'm rooting against Iowa all year, considering they're basically Drake V2. They're the second.
Did you hear that? They're Drake V2. Wow. It's essentially Jackson going back to Wichita for the NCAA tournament.
So you're still scared.
Bennett Sturritz and then their head coach now at Iowa. So I really hope Illinois takes it to the Hawkeyes.
Well, you know what's going to happen? The Blues are going to win their next 2 or 3 games. And we're going to say, nope, they're right back there.
No, I will not say that. But at the same time, I wasn't saying it last year, and then I was behind when they did. That's the weird thing. I mean, they were in a similar spot when they won the Stanley Cup. They were in a worse spot when they won the Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. I think everybody would agree, but maybe I'm off on this. And it's tough to compare and contrast, because now when you look at that 2019 roster, you look at them as legends. But I think we would agree that the makeup of the team was a higher ceiling group than what this is. Mm-hmm. I think we would say that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because you had Pietrangelo, that's where I started.
O'Reilly and players like that.
Tarasenko, so I think that's fair to say, but maybe it's revisionist history based on the fact that we know the outcome. Doug, Fat Dog Boy, and it's spelled with an I, says, thanks to Tim, I made a $10 bet on Miami before they announced the college football playoff teams, and it could win me a cool $1,000. Thanks, Timmy, baby. That's from Fat Dog Boy. I posed the question of how to handle this wager that I have. For the record, I bet Miami before the college football playoff rankings. I guess I bet them, was it the penultimate college football playoff rankings?
We did.
So before they were in, because I thought it was pretty clear that the committee wasn't going to take Alabama out once they moved them ahead of Notre Dame, because they couldn't afford to lose the SEC championship game. If Alabama were to lose, Greg Sankey would have never played the SEC championship game if they were to not get into college football playoff. So that's why I bet Miami. I thought, okay, they're going to have Miami pass Notre Dame if that set of circumstances were to play out. So I got them at a ridiculous amount of money. I asked Riz and Stalter yesterday on the Spread Zone what they would do. and they said they would just ride it out and only bet the total tonight on Ole Miss of what I actually have invested in it, which, for the record, is a relatively low amount of money. I'm of the opinion you make sure you get a healthy profit. So I'm going to have to put something material on Ole Miss to assure profit. But what Stalter's counsel was, and I got to tell you, I like this counsel from Anthony Stalter, the Fast Lane, even though we are in the midst of a heated radio war with the Riz Show
Sure we are.
and the Fast Lane.
Yeah.
You guys mean mug in the hallway when you walk by?
Absolutely. I mean, radio wars are legit. Stalter said, live bet. Live bet. Live bet.
Okay, how?
By
live bets.
Yeah.
When?
While the game's
While
on.
the game's live.
What? What are you going to live bet?
Well, I'll probably put some money on Ole Miss in advance because they're plus 1,400 to win. Now, Stalter likes the idea of taking them plus 3.5 so I could middle it. But I think I'll put it on Ole Miss to win. Maybe like a 15% of what my overall profit would be should Miami win the national championship. And then, if it starts to get away, go heavier on Ole Miss, and then do the same thing if Miami were to get there and play Indiana, Oregon, because Miami will be plus money there, whereas Indiana and Oregon will be the favorites no matter what. Maybe not a substantial favorite. I suppose there could be an injury to Indiana and Oregon that could change it, like if Mendoza got hurt or if Moore got hurt, right, or if Miami absolutely beats the hell out of Ole Miss tonight. I'm just not as sure that they're going to. Who do you guys like in that game? Like, you got to bet it. And Ole Miss is getting 3.5. Where would you put your money? Let's say you got to put up some money that matters to you on it. Where would you go?
Doesn't it feel like Miami's kind of on a roll
That's
right now?
where everybody is, but I don't understand why Ole Miss is getting overlooked.
I know.
I don't get that part.
I like the quarterback play out of Ole Miss better than I like the quarterback play at Miami.
Yeah, I mean, both have damn good running games.
For sure.
It's Miami's defense that is the thing that...
Yeah.
I don't know. What would you guys do? So you would take, Martin, you would take Miami, it sounds like.
I'm going to ride with the U. My guy, Michael Irvin.
I'm going to go with the Rebs.
Okay.
I think I would, too. I'd go with Ole Miss. It just seems like the story is shaping up so perfect.
A team of destiny.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a team whose coach left them right from the playoffs. Right. Another guy steps up. They all like the guy that stepped up. The quarterback's on fire, and they're going to shock the world.
On the live betting front, Tim, I feel like especially like some of these games, like you can kind of feel out the script early.
Oregon and Indiana, it was crystal clear it was going to, and it was so crystal clear it freaked me out.
Right.
I was fresh off of loving Vanderbilt against Iowa. Now, and that was a self-inflicted wound. I didn't realize Stowers was sitting out, so Vanderbilt wasn't necessarily on a mission that I thought they were to shove it up the committee's ass. And Iowa's a good team, should be noted. But those games were so clear what was going to happen. I don't think the Ole Miss-Georgia game was clear. I mean, Ole Miss was trailing by 9 at the half,
right,
and that was a back-and-forth game. If Miami's defense is clearly able to keep Chambliss in the pocket and get to him, then that would set a tone, I would think, that, okay, Miami's going to be able to score on Ole Miss. If Ole Miss can move the ball down the field on Miami, that's something that, of course, we didn't see Ohio State do at all in the first half, and only were able to score 14 points. So it's a different set of circumstances, and I think a lot of people think Oregon and Indiana is going to be another low-scoring college football playoff game with those two defenses.
Yeah.
One heads up. Over-under on that one, I think, is 50, by the way.
Yeah, I felt like the Oregon Texas Tech game under felt really square, and so I went over. Was wrong on that one. I feel even stronger about the over in the Indiana Oregon game this time around.
Alan Dadeville, whose Georgia Bulldogs lost at the hands of Ole Miss a week ago, says Miami has a two-way edge on the lines, but Trinidad has kept me awake for about a week now. Alan Dadeville, Doug, he loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Watch this. Georgia.
Okay.
And he hasn't slept in 7 days.
Well, that's a long time to go without sleep, just because the quarterback's pretty good.
He's outstanding.
Of all the reasons to not sleep, that's among the worst.
Tim, hedging is for gardeners. That's from the Horny Banker. Now, that's a guy who knows how to manage money. So, therefore, he's telling me to not put anything on Ole Miss or Indiana or Oregon.
Seems pretty silly.
I would think the banker would make the conservative play.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the means to like make a significant hedge, why would you not do it? You know?
Well, are you into this gambling to get a big hit or just to make a little bit of money?
Make money.
I can kind of guarantee myself a few $1,000s.
Yeah,
like just guarantee it.
Right.
But I can guarantee myself. Well, I can't guarantee myself, but I could have a much higher payout.
Sure, could, but you're taking a lot of risk.
Yeah, I honestly just want a few $1,000.
Mitigate.
I don't know, but this is a banker, so now I got to really sit down.
Mm-hmm. Sure you do.
Yeah.
Doug, live bet. That's all you got to do. Live bet.
Where?
Right.
Who?
Yeah.
This week's episode of the Spread Zone is rather short. We just kick it over to Anthony, and he says, live bet.
Live bet.
Yep.
All right, guys, we'll see you next week. I would like that.
When it combined 5 and 10 last week.
Ooh.
My God. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster.
Well, we tune in for train wrecks.
Yeah, people do pull for the bad picks. All right, Josh Schertz going to come up at 9 o'clock on the program. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 9:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. We welcome you to participate in the program by emailing in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. You want to win a $10,000 HVAC system? Win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. All of the rules are up online at tmastl.com or 101ESPN.com. And you also are welcome to text into the program. You want to get your text read on this show? Now, it doesn't guarantee it that they'll get read, but it improves your chances if you have a name saved, and you can text in your name request to Jackson right now at 314-399-9646. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners as 246 friends are gathered in the TMA STL YouTube chat. And that includes the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. How soon before most of you bozos land in gambling addiction recovery? That's from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. He's in Huntley, so he's probably flush.
You could cover most of Huntley going door to door in like 2-3 days. There's only a few hundred people that live there.
That's right. Maybe we should drop by.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd welcome that.
You just set up a door to door saying, any hot wives in here?
Just do a remote.
like a bullhorn.
Doug, what about a remote? Just right there on the corner there, just past St. Joe. You got one of those streets. You can never quite turn around there. We'll just put a little Doty's Cabana. We'll test it out for spring training.
Like a lemonade stand?
Just kind of a pop-up show. We'll just be on the corner.
Jackson, stop ghosting me, please. I just want to know if my name got changed or not. That's from Dickie O from Cedar Hill.
I think, Tim, saying your name after the text would verify that your name has been changed. But if that was not clear, yes, your name has been changed.
Okay. Dickie O from Cedar Hill is happy now.
And we determined yesterday Cedar Hill is in the Mount Rushmore of the most Hoosier places in Jeffco.
Oh, well, so I've been changing so many names today that I can't even send text back telling people that their names have been changed because I've sent too many messages.
Oh, no.
Is that right? Been blocked?
Yeah, I guess self-imposed.
Like the old days, we can only send a certain amount of text.
That's right.
And Papers, I love you as much as anybody, but question for tomorrow, will we have drops of the week?
Of course.
If we haven't really done any drops, they're clipped off. So. I mean, I didn't know.
Wow. That wasn't even like a veiled shot.
it was a pretend.
I just won the support of Big Tough.
I'm like Joel Hofer being zoomed in on right now.
You're peeking around your computer.
Yes, I actually put together the drops yesterday, and I'm excited for you guys to hear them.
Okay.
Oh, fine.
Cedar Hill MILFs are incredible, guys. That's from Big Paz.
That's like saying
Wasn't he the one who asked if there were MILFs at Billiken games?
Yeah, that's like saying
we found his kink, and we're not going to kink shame.
This place has great burgers. This town has great MILFs.
Josh Schertz is going to join us coming up next here as we enter the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on the Morning After 101 ESPN.
I'm always telling you about my stops at Schnucks. Love shopping there. Love the whole experience. And they like to remind you that they're trying to help you save money. And this is something pretty exciting, something new here. It's a new way to make money back to you. It's called the Schnucks Rewards Boost. It's like a game, but the prize is that the money is coming off your grocery bill. Here's how easy it is. Just open up that savings tab inside the Schnucks Rewards app. Hopefully you've downloaded that by now. You select Boost, activate. And whatever boost you like, shop as usual. Then you can track your progress towards completing the boost right in the app. Okay, it's simple. Just get on there. It'll make sense. Make sure you meet the goal before the expiration date and you earn more rewards. That's on top of the rewards that you were already earning. So that great rewards app, now has a special feature called Boost. It's real simple. Open the Savings tab in your Rewards app and select Boost and start making even more money. It's pretty cool. They're always looking for different ways to save you money. They've been doing that now for several years where folks are complaining about grocery prices. Schnucks is doing their part, including this new program. So get the Rewards app if you haven't already. And if you do, hopefully you have it. Go on there and select Boost and start saving money. Try it out today to level up your savings game only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Big night in local college hoops with Missouri defeating Kentucky 73-68. That's the first time Missouri has won at Rupp Arena. That's 2-0 in conference play for the Tigers. And St. Louis U defeats the VCU Rams 71-62. We'll have Coach Josh Schertz on the other side of this break talking it over about their win against VCU. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Big 9 o'clock hour because Josh Schertz is going to join us momentarily following one of the biggest St. Louis University wins in a long time last night with the 9-point victory at VCU. Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri's win, their first ever win at Rupp Arena, is going to be with us at 10 o'clock, plus talking college football playoff action this evening since Tom was on the call of SEC games throughout the year, and Ole Miss will take on Miami this evening. He tweeted this morning, Tom did, Kentucky has a talented and expensive roster. Missouri has a roster that fits. Last night wasn't decided on a 15-2 run to close the game. It was won when Dennis Gates and his staff put together a team of unselfish, complementary players who know their role and are coached to execute. So that is Tom Hart's opinion on what we saw in Lexington. What we saw last night in Richmond has led to this, updated just moments ago, the NCAA net rankings. These are big. This is important. And St. Louis University is now 24th.
Oh, really?
In the NCAA net rankings. Kentucky, for the record, is 35th. Missouri, after their win in Lexington, is 67th. VCU, 55th. And ILL taking on Rutgers this evening. They are ranked 10th. So there you go. There is an update on what is an incredible local sports scene for college basketball. And don't forget, you got SIUE and you got Lindenwood looking at a spot as well. Joining us right now to give us his perspective on the festivities, our co-host, and also in his free time, he coaches St. Louis University when he's not hosting the show. Doug, it's the head coach of the Billikens, Josh Schertz, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Coach.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
We're doing well, but I would imagine you're doing better.
Yeah, well, I am, and last night was great. Short night's sleep, though. We have to the LaSalle deal, but yeah, I'm other than a little bit fatigued, I'm doing great. It was a good night. Really, obviously, you come into a game like that, it's always it's an incredible challenge on the road. That place, with some place we haven't won, but. A lot of people can say they've never won at VCU. Great team, great environment. They sell the place out. The fans are incredible, band, the whole thing. So it was a really good night for our team. And, now, like the way it works in sports, we got to pick it up and do it again on Saturday at LaSalle.
I mean, you probably would love to win by 30, but big picture, you wanted your team to be tested, to kind of have some adversity, and you end up falling behind after having a 14-point lead. I would think in the end, when you win, it's the perfect scenario for what your guys experienced.
Yeah, you'd always love to, be a knife through butter and just dominate the game from, tip to buzzer and not be tested. But it's not. It's not realistic. It just isn't. You're gonna be tested. You're gonna have, particularly when you play a really good team, and in conference play. Saw it. I was talking last night with got back at the hotel with Dusty May at Michigan. I think we're 1-2 in the country in scoring margin. I think we're plus 27 and they're plus 29 or 30. And they went to Penn State and got tested, and win a game by 2. Where they have a shot to win it. So we knew it was going to be a really hard game. We know it, that's just the way it's going to work. So you're right. It was, up 14 in the second half. Felt like we had control of the game. Up 12 with, 7 minutes to play. Felt like we had control of the game. And then, a lot of stuff happened. And some of it was our own doing. Some of it was out of our control. And, for us to go down 1 with 2.5 minutes to play. And then come back and finish the game on a 10-0 run, I think, just shows the moxie and the resilience of the team and, the spirit they have. And we trailed for 13 seconds in that game. But it was that 13 seconds was where we trailed, Amari makes a huge three. We get a big stop, get another big basket, and, close that game on a 10-0 run on the road where, the roof is blowing off that place. Like I said, says a lot about the type of competitors, the type of resiliency that these guys have. And so it always takes a lot more than talent. Talent's important, but, certainly it's the most important, but it takes a lot more than talent to win at a high level.
Josh Schertz, our guest here on TMA, fresh off of the win last night over VCU. You made reference to McCottry's three, just absolutely huge. The silencer, as it was called on the broadcast. And then you also got a career night from Kellen Thames with 18 points, 10 rebounds, and he was huge coming off the bench for you. What did you see from the St. Louis native?
Thought he was best player on the floor in a game that had a lot of good players on the floor. He was fantastic. He, got downhill, attacked the rim, was all over the glass, rebounded, came up with some massive rebounds, 3 assists, didn't turn the ball over in 23 minutes. But just got the ball to rim repeatedly. When the first half, he really changed the tenor of the game down the stretch of that first half. He went with a 5-guard lineup to close the half, and he really changed he and those guys, but him in particular, I thought really changed the tenor of the game. And then, his ability to get the ball to the rim, the way they were guarding him, the way he attacked them, I thought was fantastic. And like I said, his defense is rebounding. I mean, fingerprints were all over that one. And a lot of really good basketball players for both teams. But he was the best player on the floor last night for sure.
It's got to really help that you're so deep. When you play an up-tempo offense and an in-your-face defense, and you've got 9 guys who played last night, almost all of them played basically half the game. I guess you almost have to have that if you're going to play that style, don't you?
Yeah, well, I think last night it was really needed. Certainly the style. If you're going to press and play as fast as we do offensively, it's really hard to go out and play 35 minutes a night at that pace. I don't think it's really possible. Maybe for a rare guy who has the ability to do that, the cardiac endurance to do that, but very rarely. So I think that's a big piece. And then like last night, we were in so much foul trouble. The free throws, we wound up shooting 6 free throws late in the game because they were fouling, trying to get back in it. But, in the middle of the game, it was, we were at a 24-10 deficit until the final minute. And our free throws, we had a bunch of guys with 4 fouls. We were managing foul trouble. It was a night where, Robbie's obviously, great player, wasn't his best night. And so having 9 guys, I think everybody played at least 19 minutes. It was like, which is pretty incredible, on a night like last night. And that depth is huge for so many reasons. But you're right, the pace, the ability to defend and try to play as hard as we can. And what we've really tried to get guys to buy into, and it's much easier said than done, is, go out and play, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, as hard as you possibly can, empty your tank, and then know you're coming out. And you're going to get a break. No reason to not, no reason to pace yourself. No reason not to play as fast as you can, run as hard as you can, go to the offensive glass as hard as you can, pressure the ball as much as you can. We're trying to keep pressure on both ends, not just, and everybody talks about offense, and we've obviously been pretty good offensively. But, it's like last night, it was a slog to score. In most games where it's, you got 2 really good teams playing, it usually is kind of a muddy game just because both teams are playing so hard. The game is so physical. Everything is contested. And that was last night. The ability to kind of keep pressure on people for 40 minutes on both ends of the floor. I think you got to have great depth. We couldn't have done that last year with the personnel we have, but that's certainly something that when we put this team together and kind of looked at the pieces, made a lot of sense for us. And we're playing faster than I've ever played, and we're pressing. We probably pressed more this year than I pressed in my previous 17 years as head coach, but it's what this team is, it's about, bending whatever you do to the strengths of the team you have. And certainly our depth is our greatest strength as long as we continue to prioritize winning.
Binnington head coach Josh Schertz, our guest here live on TMA 101 ESPN, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Coach, perhaps you're more comfortable talking about it now after the fact, and you already led off our conversation by talking about you got to follow it up. You're on the road. You're at LaSalle. But because of the limited number of opportunities, last night's game, from a fan base standpoint and probably from a national standpoint as well, was critical for this program. So for you, for your staff, and then also the messaging to the team, how did you tend to the importance of it, even though you've got 30 of these things a year? Last night, you had to have circled. How'd you handle it? How'd the team handle it? And how'd you communicate it?
Yeah, I think, you try to, certainly we understand. I mean, look, there's a different facets, ways to look at things. All 31 games, in the regular season, count your resume. Postseason's its own animal, but it also counts until you get to elimination time. What I would say in the regular season is there are what we would call elevated regular season games, where you have a chance to really, get a quality win. We thought we had some of the non-conference, Grand Canyon and San Francisco and Santa Clara and Stanford and at LMU. And, so you have, and certainly last night was certainly our biggest test. But what we talked about was, not trying to blow it up as to, oh, my God, this is, the biggest game we're ever going to play. Because I told them, I said, look, it's a big game, but this team's going to play in bigger games than this. And, and I did say it last night. I said, look, if we win, I'm relatively certain that we're not going to fly back home and have a parade and miss the LaSalle game. And if we lose it, we're probably not going to also forfeit the season and say, hey, you know what? Season's over. We lost to VCU. We're going to shut this thing down, and we'll try again in 26, 27. So you got to have a perspective that, these games are important, and you do everything you can to win, and you pour into them. There's going to be overreaction either way from, fans and media, and that's fine. Like that's a part of like what we do. Like the reality is, if you win a game like last night, then it's, oh my God, it's the greatest team. They're going to go, 30-1, and they're going to win the A-10, and we're going to be untested the rest of the way. And if we lost, it would have been, well, they were always fraudulent. They played a soft schedule. They weren't ever tested. They're not any good. We're a middle of the pack A-10 team. And the reality was neither narrative is true, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to just deal with what's in front of you in terms of like, hey, the way we look at it, last night was a hurdle we had to clear in our pursuit of becoming a great basketball team, which we want to become a great team that ultimately is a championship team. And to do that, you have to clear hurdles. And for us, going on the road into a super hostile environment and playing a really good team, a high-quality team, and on their home floor was something we hadn't done yet. We hadn't done it. So now we've done it. Now it gives us confidence that we can do it. And, and if we had lost, I wouldn't have thought, man, we can never do it. It doesn't mean we're going to lose at Dayton or lose at St. Bonaventure or lose at George Mason. It just means we weren't ready to do it yet. And so for me, last night now gives the group confidence, hey, we can do it. But now we got to keep building on it, get better, stay focused on how we can improve, and have the maturity to everybody's going to blow smoke up there. The next few days, have the maturity to block that out too, and get focused on a LaSalle team that's a really dangerous game for us coming off last night. And it would have been had we lost too. It's a really good test. Last night was a test of our ability to handle the road, the mental toughness, the connectedness, the poise to go into an environment like that and win. Saturday is a test, a hurdle we got to clear of our maturity to be able to handle success, put it aside, and get ready for a new opponent. Game starts 0-0 Saturday afternoon.
Any concern the dish might get a big head? Brian Kunderman, the great sports information director, I was texting with him last night, and I said, I bet you're knocking down some Busch Lights. He said, Chris May has approved Mick Ultra after wins. Nice. So he's knocking down. And then we do a lot of SLU.
He's worried about his figure, though. You know, he's always worried about his figure.
Yeah, he's got a darling figure.
He does have a darling figure. You know that from the YouTube chat when you were in here.
Well, that's right. I mean, we know what he's, you know, he's been killing me, you know, about coming back on the show. Is there, what time can we be there? When, you know, and so he wanted this to be live.
Yeah, he wants to be in. He wants to be in.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he doesn't care about me. He wants to just be behind my shoulder, so the fan base can soak that in. So he was drinking Mick Ultra last night just for that, only for that. But yeah, the dish you're always concerned. You know, we try to be low maintenance. You don't want to have a lot of divas on your team, but you know, sometimes I can't hire everybody. You know, sometimes you got divas and they're in the SID department.
He came with the building. It's not your fault. He was already here.
I can't do anything with him. You know, I mean, it is what it is. You walk in, you got this super diva, sports information director. He doesn't even stay with us. He's staying at the Ritz here locally.
His own hotel, kind of like Molina, Tim. He stays at a different hotel. But we do have a lot of SLU listeners, including the Baldwin Beer Bitch, who calls in and talks Billiken basketball and said, Coach, glad to see you in the Twitter space after the game last night. Did BK force you to do that, or will you be doing more of that this year? How was it your idea? Because I guess you were on West Pine Bills on the post game.
What a cool thing to do. Cool on their part, and cool you to do it, man.
So yeah, we came back to the hotel. So I'll be honest, like I'm not great with social media or that stuff. So I had never heard of Twitter Spaces till last night. When BK told me, I didn't know what he was talking about. So, but he did. He's like, I think it'd be good to get on. He said, would you do it? He said, you don't have to. And I was like, well, he explained to me what it was. And I was like, yeah, I'll hop on, answer some questions. And, you know, I mean, to me, that's I don't know if I'll be doing it regularly. I don't know how to get on there, so BK would have to make it happen. I don't know that it'll be a regular occurrence, but I thought it was, you know, the circumstance last night. BK brought it up, and it was good. And so anytime you get on there and connect with our fans, one thing, you know, I've found is, you know, St. Louis has some really good fans. They got some diehard basketball fans, and they've got basketball knowledgeable fans. You know, like, you know, not Doug's knowledge. I mean,
thank you for clarifying.
Can't expect that.
But not, I'm not talking about that level. But I mean, none of us are at that level. Right. But for like regular people, you know, the basketball knowledge is pretty in depth. So they not only care, they're not only passionate. They understand ball. They care about the Billikens. They care about, you know, and I think on those spaces, you know, when people get on and they're talking about the game, it was a cool thing to do, and I enjoyed it. I mean, I was on there for I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. I don't know exactly, but answered a few questions, and it's great to connect with our fans, and that's part of the deal is, you know, if we're going to do this right, in terms of, you know, trying to build St. Louis basketball, you know, there's a commitment across the board, and certainly, you know, institutions have to be committed to the program in every way. The players in the program have to have a mutual commitment to the institution and program itself. And then the community is a part of that. The community's got to be committed to the program. And to do that, we have to connect ourselves to the community, to St. Louis, to basketball. And we got to provide an entertaining product. We've got to have success. And then we've got to connect, and people feel like, hey, because we do. We have really good guys. We have good, you know, I mean, great staff, great people in that locker room, people that you should want to wrap your arms around and support and get behind. And so, you know, to me, that was, you know, it was a fun thing to do, and certainly we'll see if it, you know, if it happens again.
Billikens 14-1. They'll play at LaSalle Saturday, 3 o'clock. Next home game for folks at Chaffetz. That's next Wednesday, 7 o'clock against Fordham. One quick one, Coach. I know Doug was the Wizard of Crestwood. Mm-hmm. I was merely the Dean of DePere, but I was the associate head coach, so none of those losses are actually on my resume. Right. But I did have a question last night.
Only the wins.
Only the wins, yeah. Interim for a game. I'm 1-0. Last night, it seemed like less three-pointers. Were you guys attacking the rim? Was that part of the game plan, or did it just kind of work out that way? I was just curious because it seemed like your guys were trying to go to the rim more.
Yeah, you know, we always, you know, the offense is always based on two things. One, we always want to attack the rim a lot. And if you look at our points in the paint versus opponents, it's almost always, you know, much, much higher than who we play against. And it was last night, but it was against even St. Joe's. I think we almost doubled them in paint points, even though we made 19 threes. So the way I believe offense works is the threes are a byproduct of attacking the rim, if that makes sense. What the defense does is when you get the ball to the rim, the defense tells you what to do. And there's a right play to be made. And the way that VCU guards, and I kind of covered this when I met with the media before I left. I said, we won't shoot we might not shoot 23. I think we shot 20 last night. But, VCU doesn't provide a whole lot of help. They're going to stay glued to the three-point line. They're going to make you finish one-on-one at the rim. They're going to make you attack them and convert plays at the rim. And that's just the way they guard you. So you're going to have to do it with twos. You're going to have to do it, getting the ball to the rim. We generated some threes. I thought we forced a few in the first half, but we were really aggressive downhill. And we've got a lot of guys, who can drive the basketball in space. And, that was why I think part of reason, the game was so effective for guys that could really get downhill. The Kellen Fames, who's maybe as good a player as there is in the league at doing that. Quentin Jones, certain guys that can get the ball and drive it. Deion Brown. And so that was what it was. It was just a byproduct of the way they were guarding us, which is, they're going to really try to pressure you. They're going to stay connected on the perimeter, try to make you drive and try to make you finish plays one-on-one or bring late help from the big. And so, it'll be different against LaSalle. They just help different. And so, it's really about approaching the game. We want to be aggressive to the rim and then take what the defense gives us. And, every game is different in terms of what the defense is going to do. But our ability to get the ball to the rim has to be a constant.
How's the team health? I'm not talking necessarily about injuries, but illness. Deion Brown dealing with something, is that right?
Yeah, we've had it kind of running through us. We've, Kellen missed 2 games. He was sick. Yeah. And then Amari got sick. And then, Deion was dealing with it. He missed a practice, came back, didn't think he was feeling great. He had to sprint off to throw up right before the second half. So everybody, it was like we were getting ready to start, and the next thing I knew, we only had 4 players, and I had no idea where Deion was, but he was back in the locker room. So, you just always, this time of year, this is a part of the deal, is that illness running through guys, and that's just almost every team's dealing with some sort of that. But, knock on wood, we're healthy, I hope. Fingers crossed this morning. I haven't heard anything about anybody else, so hopefully it stops there. And we had, 3 or 4 guys. Badara had something. So we've had 4 guys that have had some sickness, but hopefully it kind of gets cut off there and we can move forward with it. But as you know, this time of year, it's easy to catch something, a lot of stuff going around.
I was in at that Paul Mano's last week, and I hear tell you've visited and met with the great Paulie Mano. And the first thing he asked you is, what's your favorite fry?
Oh, yeah.
And at that moment, you knew he was one of us, Coach.
He is. Yeah. Oh man, that spot. I've been able to get in there a couple times. That is a big time. I mean, there are some big time places. Paul Mano's is elite. Of the Italian, they one time my family, my niece loved the balsamic so much. I mean, she was basically just eating. I think the bread was just with a little bit of the balsamic. She was basically eating balsamic with a little bit of bread.
Just sopping it up.
Yeah, sop it up. What it was, and he gave her a bottle of balsamic.
Wow.
Oh, that's a hookup.
Yeah, I don't get anything, but my niece, she went to literally to tell him how great the balsamic was, and he gave her a bottle of balsamic. So she's, I'm sure, putting that on everything she's eating back home, French fries or burgers or whatever, all balsamic.
Again with the fries, Tim.
That's what it's all about. This is a team built on French fries.
Most of my life built on food, fries. My wife let me have a burger last night. We got back to the hotel.
Oh yeah,
buried the lead.
Yeah, we did bury the lead.
Yeah, my fault on that. Yeah, she did allow me. She allowed me last night to have. So we had a burger, fries, and then the players all got cookout, and I got a shake, and she allowed me to have that last night. So that was my reward for whatever I did. To the small part I played in last night was I was allowed to have a burger.
Wow, this Chris May is just throwing it around. We got coaches eating burgers. Wow, look at this.
Kinderman's drinking Mick Ultras.
Mick Ultras. God, quit spending our money.
Yeah, I don't know what it cost. That was a big bill. It was a big tab. I think Chris picked it up though, so it was fine. If I knew that, I would have ordered something more expensive, though. I didn't know that Chris was getting it. I would have gone lobster or something. I thought I was paying, so I went a little cheaper.
Well, congratulations on a great night, a delicious feast, as well as you guys celebrated the win. And keep things going, man. People in St. Louis are certainly getting hip to the product that you guys are putting on the floor. back in St. Louis after the Sal game next week. If you haven't had a chance to watch this team in person, I'm telling you, it is fun to watch. Taking on Fordham next Wednesday at Chaffetz, and then in Richmond on Saturday, January 17th at 3 p.m. Filling that place up. You saw it against St. Joe's. It creates one hell of a home court advantage, so hopefully we continue to see that, Coach.
That'd be great. I love it. It was awesome against St. Joe's, and hopefully we're just scratching the surface. It was great. The energy, that's what makes places hard, as we said with VCU. Really good team, which we have. Chaffetz, when it's rocking, is as good a place as there is in the league, and there's some good places in the league, but I would take Chaffetz over anywhere else in the league when it's rocking and full.
I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations again. Thanks for joining us, and we'll look forward to talking again soon, Coach. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great day. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Coach.
Right,
That's Coach Josh Schertz with us here on TMA. And we did bury the lead, Martin. I mean, he got a chance to have a
feast.
Yeah, feast endorsed by his wife.
Cookout.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's a it's a chain restaurant along the Mid-Atlantic.
Oh, is it?
More popular in like Virginia, Carolina, and
barbecue stuff.
Burgers, and they have a hot dog there, Carolina style. A hot dog with coleslaw on top of it.
Doug, would you like that?
Ooh, it's good.
I don't think I
so you're a seasoned veteran.
Cookout is awesome. Yeah, they have them in Nashville too. Cookout's delicious.
Why don't we have him here?
And Doug, did you hear what he said? She got a bottle of balsamic. We learned the other day that vinegars are making a big run in 2026.
That's right.
Okay.
It's a big year for vinegar.
And you just use it they're bred like a mop. To
I
just
love
sop it all up.
Yeah. That's some of the best part about going to an Italian restaurant. A little bread,
No parmesan,
seasoned up with the oil, maybe some balsamic.
And then they ask, what are you having, sir? Like, oh, just the bread.
Yeah, this will
I'm
do.
going to have bread and water if you don't mind. You can bring me the check. That Josh Schertz is one sexy hunk of a man. That's from the 314. I love you, Coach. Stay cute. That's from Doug's Grease Missile, who also said, Coach, if I don't get to meet you in person and call you Coach, my life is not lived to the fullest. I'm the biggest Schertz guy. Coach knows ball. That's from Doug's Grease Missile. Guys, I'm hearing a future Dickie V on with you. That's from the Salty Bald Dad. From Caseyville, and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says Coach Schertz is the Kurt Signetti of basketball. Doug, the people are falling in love with the head coach.
He just might be.
Of the Billikens.
He just might be.
How about that?
And then we're going to have to start worrying about, is somebody going to poach him? I don't want to.
We should have asked. This is a good time.
That.
January 8th. Ask him, do you think you'll be leaving it? Coach, real good. And I don't want to ask you, but a lot of people have asked me to ask you. So if you don't mind, I'm sorry to even bring it up, but other people are wondering. So if you wouldn't mind answering it, then I can clip it off and say I asked him the tough question.
Do you think we could outsource that to Gabe?
Yeah, Colonel, that's his responsibility, asking coaches.
Next time, Schertz, I'm like, Coach, if you don't mind, we have Gabe DeArmond here.
One question and leaves.
He's got to go.
We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. Chairman Kurt, how are things looking in that? Send them in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. How are things in the filtered file $10,000 prize on the line?
I've got 9 in there right now. But during that interview, a swarm of emails came in.
Is that right?
I got some reading to do.
Really?
Oh, okay. Well, that's coming up here in about 11 minutes. And then, Jackson, if we can, I don't know if it's possible to put this on your guys' plate, but to replay the finalists at 10:50 and then announce the winner, because we'll do the secret ballot. If that's not possible, that was Jamie Burkhardt.
Let's give it a shot.
Okay. All right.
Give it a shot.
Who does Burkhardt think he is?
Yeah, exactly.
What does Stanford Steve say on the SV pod?
Stay in the fight.
Stay in the fight, but also all you can do is try. Just try.
Not that, Doug.
Just try.
Yeah,
so we'll try it.
Sure.
There we go. That's coming up here on the Stiefel Dossier. Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri's win last night, and he had some Ole Miss games as well with Jordan Rogers and Cole Kublik. He's with us coming up at 10 o'clock as we got Ole Miss and Miami tonight in the college football playoff. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Are you liking this, Doug, or not?
Yeah, this is nice.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fresh off a conversation with Binnington head coach Josh Schertz. You can always go back and podcast like the Dickens, PLTD, on the TMA STL podcast app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of a few minutes. And somebody is going to get themselves a point and get a step closer to a brand new $10,000 HVAC system by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. They are happy if they are college basketball fans in the St. Louis area with the win for the Billikens and the win for Missouri for the first time ever at Rupp. Just like the Billikens won for the first time at VCU. Illinois is going to try to continue their run with a win tonight against Rutgers, but if you are a Blues fan, not so good. Feeling a little momentum after beating Vegas and Montreal at home, and then they lose 7-3. Doug, more concerned, though, that Joel Hofer was peeking around the corner.
Yeah. I think this is a game that might kind of be a watershed moment where they have to decide what they're going to do. Are they going to allow the main goalie to decide when he plays and when he doesn't? It's the second dust-up between Binnington and Montgomery. I think that was kind of
now,
a
that is
significant
your
moment.
opinion on that for the record. You think we'll get clarity today on that, Martin?
I don't know. Because Binnington was waved off. He doesn't leave the ice. But
Hofer was nowhere to be found.
But in his defense, nobody was coming on to replace him. And then later found peeking around the wall. It's about as weird. I agree with Doug. Your premise, because of body of work, that's very possible.
Yeah.
That Binner is like, I ain't coming out. But when Hofer never appeared, it made it a difficult situation because somebody had to play goal.
Well,
but it's weird.
If Hofer is simply not available, then you would think he would have to be suspended or heavily fined. If you're looking around for a player to put in the game and he's not there, there's absolutely zero excuse for that ever happening.
It's really bizarre.
If he's sick, then you tap the coach on the shoulder and says, I'm sick, I got to get out of here. And then the coach doesn't wave the other guy off the ice.
Montgomery did turn to Steve Ott and looked incredulous.
Yes,
like, what,
exactly.
Like, where is he? Like, what? I can't put... And whether Binnington was willing or not willing to come out, whatever, it's laughable. And actually, a lot of people online are just LOL, haha. Like, but it's kind of sad because that's your professional team, and you just lost 7-3, and we're laughing about a goalie who was missing. Maybe at the trade deadline, Doug, they trade Binnington. He says, no. Actually, he has the right to say no.
I think they're going to have to do something because they've got a situation there. That's something that should never happen in a professional game. We can't find the backup goalie. Yes, you can. He's right there. He's hiding. Because he doesn't want to go on the ice because someone told him not to.
That would be a hell of a story. I doubt that if that were the truth, it would ever get out anyway.
No.
But we will find out. Blues off today. A couple of road games here coming up. And then back to St. Louis. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up in the next segment. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson celebrating Elvis Presley and David Bowie's birthday here on the program. Josh Schertz with us earlier in this Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour coming up at 10 o'clock. Tom Hart on the call of Missouri's win against Kentucky, and also with the college football playoff semis getting underway tonight. He was on the call of SEC games throughout the year with Jordan Rogers and Cole Kubick on the SEC Network. That's coming your way at 10 o'clock, but now it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Doug, you ready?
I'm ready, yep. Pen in hand, ready.
Good morning, fellas. Oh, Doug, what will it take for you to accept that I am a real live girl? I envy that you were allowed to go completely bare at Busch Stadium, something that would get me banned. I mean, I like sports, sarcasm, and men who confidently question my existence. So if this is your foreplay, it's working. Also, if this is your coy way of trying to see my boobs, all you have to do is ask. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Tim, in fact, in the exit poll days, has guessed my bra size, and he nailed it. Okay. But when has he ever been wrong?
This is no lady. This is a dude.
It's hard enough being a girl in the sausage fest of a fan pin. Katie Cuck would understand what happened to her, BT Way. BTW.
By the way.
Not that we kink shame here. Speaking of Cuck, 6 hours swope. Did he, quote, research himself raw for the Lisa Ann parts? No shame, I get it. She's hot. Anyway, have a great day, fellas.
Okay.
That's from Sharon D. P.S. Tribbing.
Research yourself raw is a really funny.
That could be the title of the
That's
segment.
really funny.
Sharon D.
Hello, lads. In wake of the Blues loss, I find myself searching for answers to many questions. Why does this team struggle in the second period? Why does Kurt filter the inbox like a hefty kid at the salad bar? Why does Martin take notes for a show he doesn't want to be a part of? Why does the side of Doug make
Hold on, what was that last part? I'm writing that down.
Why does the side of Doug make my clothes melt off? Why does Jackson have friends with silly nicknames except for the foreigner Adam from Guatemala?
Shout out to Adam.
And how do any of these guys sit next to their hero Tim without fainting? I will keep searching. That's from Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
I think my wife is throwing away my TMA t-shirts. She denies it, but she's always been jealous of the show and the attention I get from the boys out here in Wentzville when I'm wearing them. Did you know she let my neighbor use my favorite 707 in St. Louis shirt to clean himself up after a sweaty summer romp they had? Why so sweaty, you ask? It's because my AC doesn't work. We are on the heftier side and run our AC 365 days a year, and I think it has taken a toll. Anywho, we could really use a new HVAC system. My wife is already pretty difficult to live with, even more when she is hot. And let's not forget, if I get this new system, she says my boyfriend and I can continue our relations. If you give her the cool breeze, I get to give Simon's tushy a squeeze.
No.
Got a scoot. That's from the wee OG Gooner, formerly known as Doug's microphone shadow. Still Doug's microphone shadow in the TMA text inbox because Jackson won't change my name.
And we're not changing it now. Doug's microphone shadow.
Hey, boys, quick update on SLU Mizzou and the undeniable sauna that is college basketball. SLU brings grit. Mizzou brings chaos. Everyone brings sweat. The glistening arena light approved kind that soaks jerseys by the second media timeout. Towels are working overtime. Hair has fully surrendered. And just to be clear, Jackson would never sniff the basket if I were guarding him. Not a layup, not a jumper, not even a hopeful glance at the rim. Lockdown clamps applied. He's passing the ball and rethinking his life choices. In summary, great hoops, elite perspiration, and one very imaginary but extremely dominant defensive performance by me. Stay hydrated. Doug, that comes from Bano.
Really?
Jackson, what do you think?
Bano.
I don't even need to dignify that with a response.
Wow. Who is he to think he could lock you down?
Yeah. Cue the string music is what I'd say.
Fellas, can we talk about this stupid-ass, idiotic Pornhub ban? I understand we need to do more to keep the kiddos off the naughty sites, but come on, any respectable 7th grader can figure out how to spoof their location using whatever these kids do nowadays. Why punish us adults who just want a little safe web surfing? The only sites available now are either cam sites that take forever to see anything semi-naughty or go to sites that have a risk of a virus. Come on, government, do better! That's from Otis from St. Louis. And he would like to learn about about VPNs.
Otis from St. Louis.
Heidi ho, boys. I haven't slept a wink this week due to this groundbreaking Email of the Day competition. Of course, the team made the shrewd decision to wait until January to begin the race for the HVAC system from the Great Design Air in order to smooth out all the details. But approximately 40 days was not enough time, as the possible scenario of a 2-2-1 tie among the voters was not discussed until 3 minutes before the first emails were to be read.
That's right.
But this is where the pale producer shined. With a stroke of Strodian brilliance, Jackson concluded that the only way to break the tie would be to chase the member of the show that escapes early each day through the parking lot in order to cast the decisive vote. This show is terribly brilliant, and I cannot get enough. Thanks, guys. That's Mary Jo from Missouri. Dug another girl.
No, it's a gentleman. Mary Jo from Missouri.
Morning, guys. So yesterday I was sitting there wondering how a Shishawali show could have a $10,000 HVAC prize for a dumb monthly email competition, and then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. 2 words: big filter. And no, I'm not just talking about the chairman's email filter. Big filter is everywhere. The water we drink, the cars we flex, the gym selfies we blast on the gram, and yes, it's swirling through the air we breathe, courtesy of Design Air's HVAC empire. This isn't filtration, it's domination. Big filter doesn't just clean your air, it cleans your thoughts. So my fellow Walry, resist the siren song of this email contest, because once Big Filter wins, you won't just have clean air, you'll have a clean mind. Until next time, the TMA Troubadour, head of the Cedar Hill Tourism Department.
TMA Troubadour.
It's in Cedar Hill or Cedar Hill Lakes.
The Billikens picked up a massive quad 1 win at VCU, led by Kellen Thames, 18 points and 10 boards. Mizzou beat Kentucky at Rupp Arena, while 350 miles away, a trash-stashed radio producer, presumably erect, ran through the streets of Brentwood like George Bailey, shouting, "We're back, baby, let's go!" The Cardinals are prepared to hand their media rights to MLB after the rights holder, DBA Dumpster Fire Media LLC, missed a payment. And what's the media in this town talking about? Backup tendy poop! As I continue to get better at teasing, we flash back to the fall time of 2017. It was the glorious $5.90 the gift card era, as Tim did a live read for some event marketing $75 VIP tickets featuring all-you-can-eat privilege. Plus, you got to hang out with Iggy, who himself was learning about his involvement from the live read. Iggy figured he wouldn't have trouble finding a date given that there was all-you-can-eat, to which Tim replied, "Only the hottest of women love all-you-can-eat events." While Doug observed, "If you want to really see a lineup of beauties, you go to some smorgasbord where it's all you can eat." Later on, Tim asked Elisa Ann, who had been on hold for 20 minutes, why she would sit on hold listening to this crap, to which she replied that she was crying laughing, picturing a line of girls who would want to go to something because it's all you can eat. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies' Breast.
Buck Swope.
Dear men, when we last spoke, I told you how my marriage had, quote, lost the spark, and questioned if dipping my pen in another company's ink was a viable option. Because who am I kidding? I can't cheat, and she knows it. I say it's because I'm monogamous by nature. My wife's father says it's the nubbin.
Oh, gosh.
So I did what Doug told me to do, and I outsourced the problem to a bull named Chet. Chet would handle the romance while I focused on being emotionally available and staying out of the way. Unfortunately, the understudy quickly discovered that what I had neglected to tell him was that my wife was as insatiable as that guy that fixes your webcams.
That is a callback.
And the role was more demanding than advertised. Mid-performance, he attempted to tag me back in. I would have helped, truly, but I was incapacitated in the bathroom, vacating my colon and perusing the Cordell and Cordell mobile app.
Oh, don't say vacating.
I left the door cracked so I could observe. Chet had the fear of Tim in his eyes as I just peered around the threshold and watched my beluga of a wife ride the life out of him.
Oh, no.
I paid Chet in mostly expired Slider House gift cards and sent him on his way. The bond with my wife is no stronger, but now I can't stop thinking about who would win in a hypothetical fight. 10 bull-sized whales or 1 whale-sized bull.
Oh.
Yours in abstinence, the incel at the other end of the couch.
Incel, other end of the couch.
Team, we are nearing the finish line of a tightly edited 14-hour, 2-episode docuseries chronicling the Mr. Licks era of TMA. It begins in 2022 when an insufferable blue-collar gentleman who married up phoned in from his delivery truck, cosplaying as a wealth manager. The backup beeping was immediately clocked by texters, and like all great artists, he vanished. He resurfaced in 2023 and pivoted to full-time hate listing plus an ill-fated text war with the Warson Woods Wacko. The premise exchanged country clubs and bank accounts. Warson Woods Wacko showed up with notarized documents. Licks countered with an Ameristar ATM receipt showing a $20 withdrawal from a prepaid MasterCard. The series concludes with an H&R Block rep on how she spent 3 hours patiently explaining taxes to a man pretending to be rich to impress a radio host who actively avoids people and has been trying to escape to his own market for Florida. His total return was $220, not counting the depreciation on his 1982 cigar boat that's dry docked near the Ozarks. Release 2026. Doug, that's from Riot's Mom's Picks.
Riot's Mom's Picks.
And finally, Doug being critical of professional athletes getting undressed during a game is so rich. Earlier this week, Doug openly admitted that he was journalisming topless at Busch Stadium back in the day.
I wasn't journalism.
Maybe sit this one out, Grandpa hypocrite. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of restraint, now focusing on keeping people away from spiritual hand play. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day on January 8th, 2026. Somebody's going to pick up a point in this storied Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month promotion in which someone's going to win $10,000 HVAC system. We will put our votes together. We'll play the finalists coming up at 10:50 and announce the winner at 10:55. Tom Hart on the call of Missouri, Kentucky, joining us next. Also talking college football playoff with Tom Hart of the SEC Network. That's next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. FanDuel's giving all customers a profit boost every college football playoff game day, and that means today is a profit boost day. It means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. Ride with the favorites, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay, then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. Doug, tonight we got Miami Ole Miss. We got Miami giving 3.5 points. We got a total of 50.5. Do you have a play for the listeners?
I have a play. This is Ole Miss's year. The story is too good for Ole Miss not to go. They're going to be highly motivated. They are not only going to get underneath 3.5 points, they're going to beat Miami tonight.
Plus 140 on the money line. Doug Vaughn has released a play on Hottie Toddy. FanDuel is the best place to get into the football action all playoff long. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get your college playoff profit boosts today. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri to get your college football playoff profit boosts today. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri opt-in required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on Utah. Pre-game at 7, puck drop at 8 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Binnington head coach Josh Schertz with us earlier as SLU got their first win at VCU last night. You can go back and podcast that or watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And here in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, we will have the winner coming up at 10:50 on the program, patiently waiting because of my terrible clock management. The man who called the Missouri win last night at Rupp Arena, Missouri's first win at Kentucky, just like the Billikens getting their first win at VCU. Friend of the program, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Tom Hart. Tom, I'm sorry.
You're acting like I have anything better to do than to spend time with my friends. I got off the plane. I'm back at the house. I don't have squat to do but hang out with y'all. So
wow. Nice.
You can put me on for another 20 minutes if you want. I'll go
Sweet.
for a sandwich.
I can't wait. I want to talk some college football in addition to the festivities last night and get your opinion on what we got coming up tonight and tomorrow. But let's start with last night. I really enjoyed your tweet that you posted probably while you were in the airport a few hours ago. Kentucky has a talented and expensive roster. Missouri has a roster that fits. Last night wasn't decided on a 15-2 run to close the game. It was won when Gates and the staff put together a team of unselfish, complementary players who know their role and coached to execute. I think that could summarize it quite well. In addition to, if people were time traveling from the bragging rights game a few weeks ago, it would shock them that Missouri is getting that from the guy who was on the call after they beat Kentucky and Lexington and the defending national champions in Columbia.
It was a two-pronged tweet. I mean, I do believe it, but what do we call it? Engagement farming?
You're engagement farming.
Yep. Kentucky fans are jumping off of the tallest buildings in Lexington right now. It is over for them. But I do believe it. It's true. And going throughout college basketball, I had the conversation with Bill Self in early December. Like, everybody wants to know about the price tag on Kentucky's roster, and it is, reportedly in the $20 million plus range. That's more than Ohio State paid to win a football national championship last year. 22 is the number. So, I think this is a totally different team, and that's obvious than what showed up in St. Louis. Jaden Stone makes a huge difference. Trent Pierce being on the floor makes a huge difference to this team. But most importantly, in my eyes, there are very defined roles on this Missouri team. Anthony Robinson is a good, if not great, point guard. Jaden Stone can be an all-conference two guard. Jacob Cruz this is no argument, by the numbers, one of the top 5 shooters in the country at the 3 spot, and he happens to be 6'8". Mark Mitchell had a really productive night, probably the best player on the team. You got a grinder at the 5, a Phillip. Everybody knows their role, and then you have this Kentucky team where everybody's a millionaire and nobody wants to play with each other. Nobody knows what their role is. Everybody's selfish, and just the contrast in those two, I think, was a difference overall in the game, and difference why Missouri fans feel good today. And we're taking Kentucky fans' shoelaces away from them.
Oh. Is that rare? I mean, I'm sure you've called multiple games at Rupp Arena where the team's getting booed off the floor.
Yeah, that's a new thing. That is very much a new thing. People weren't happy at the tail end of the Calipari era. But I think, guys, and I think this is a big picture thing, that fans are smart enough to realize, okay, that dude's getting paid $2 million. He's a pro. I can boo him. Even when players were being paid under the table and you didn't know how much they were making, they were more, that's our guy. I'm not going to boo him. He's a kid. I think especially at programs like Kentucky, that perspective has turned. And so there's a lot less grace when the team doesn't perform well.
Is it hard at all for you to be a Mizzou guy and go into a game like that and be completely impartial?
No, it's hard for me. I tell you what, honestly, and it's kind of figure out like which audience are you serving, right? Like if that were a Missouri only audience, I feel like with my background, I've got a lot of knowledge of stuff that has happened within the history of the program that I could shoehorn into there, and Mizzou fans would appreciate it, and the rest of the national audience would be like, what the hell is he talking about? So that it's kind of hard for me sometimes to decipher the proper way to go. As a quick example, I was in Columbia for the Florida game and was talking with some folks around the program, and they said that they told me that Norm called Dennis Gates.
This is exactly where I was going. I saw you. I heard you weave this story in right at the end of the game. It's a great story, man. This is perfect.
Yeah. So, my understanding of the story is Norm, and I don't know this for fact. And I asked Gates about it, and he just kind of winked and was like, "No, we're going to keep that between me and Coach." But based on what I was told and Gates' reaction and kind of fill in the blanks, I don't think it was a fun, lighthearted conversation. I think Norm was probably what Storm and Norman was at his best, was very direct and what his expectations are for the program. And there was probably some, hey, you let us all down with that embarrassing performance. Once again, don't quote me on that. That's just my guess. And I think it's like for Dennis Gates to have that relationship and that conversation with Norm Stewart is really cool for the history of the Missouri program and to have that continuity. And I kept thinking about when they went down to open Bud Walton Arena and the Missouri planes that day, by the way, they flew in day of game, as Norm always did. This was December of 93, maybe late November. The local airport was so backed up with all these Arkansas millionaires. I know that sounds like an oxymoron coming to town. That Missouri was late, and they just showed up to the arena like in uniform and rolled on the floor and got smoked by Scotty Thurman and Todd Day and Mayberry and those boys by whatever the number was, 45. And so as a Missouri fan, like, okay, that's relevant. Like, you got smoked by a border war, opponent by 40-something. That doesn't mean the season's over as long as you can fix it. And they fixed it by getting players healthy and getting back on the floor.
Who do you think they are now the rest of the way? I mean, after the bragging rights, I think people were going, geez, I don't know, is this just going to be every other year? We're good, we're terrible, we're good, we're terrible. And now they've played well back to back. Are they a tournament team for sure? Are they a bubble team? How do you see that?
Well, you should see the text threads with me and my buddies, like especially after that Illinois game. I watched every second of that game, and I felt like it was, Missouri fandom, Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. Like, we're just going to sit through this, and we're going to let it wash over us because this is what we deserve with our fandom. I think analytically, the computers still say that they're going to lose more conference games that they're going to win. That's okay because the SEC has such a high strength of schedule. Going into before the Florida game, the 16 toughest remaining strength of schedule metrics in the country were all SEC teams. There's no true bottom of the league. So the computers are going to love 500, 8-10, 9-9 SEC teams. So I think they're fine, especially when you win some of those games. They're going to be valuable in the committee's eyes. Florida at home, Kentucky on the road, obviously the first two. Like those look really good on paper, no matter how bad Kentucky is. So yeah, I think that as of now, they're probably in that 8-9 game, and they're comfortably in, as opposed to being a bubble team. But things can turn fast, as we've learned, in college basketball, within game and within weeks and months.
Well, hopefully it'll stay positive for Mizzou. They get the rest of the schedule, SEC schedule, not easy. They got Ole Miss next, Auburn, LSU, Georgia, Oklahoma coming up. What do you expect in the next month and a half or so?
Well, it's really interesting. If you look at the SEC schedules as a whole, there's this total split. Teams like Florida, Alabama especially, even Kentucky to an extent, played really tough non-conference schedules. And Missouri, by design, Dennis Gates just put a bunch of cupcakes out there, and he said, okay, and we discussed this before the KU game. He said, we just need one of KU or Illinois and then go 8-10 in the league. Well, they got embarrassed in both of those. That puts a little bit more pressure on their conference schedule. But Georgia, leading the country in scoring, they played a similar non-conference schedule. They didn't really test themselves. Chris Beard never does that. They don't test themselves. So I think those are all winnable games, and Auburn's having some growing pains with Stephen Pearl taking over for his dad right now. Like the next few weeks are a lot of winnable games. And then the back half is when you get Arkansas and Tennessee, and you get Arkansas twice, actually, and Calipari's team's playing really well right now. But, no, I think I wouldn't say it's easy because the metrics say it's valuable, but I think it's a very manageable conference schedule for Missouri. So, like, you go down to Oxford, and Chris Beard is a great coach, but kind of like Kentucky, like they don't have a roster that fits together. All these coaches, this is all new to them. It's frustrating for them to deal with the NIL. They're already dealing with it right now in the middle of the season, by the way, for next year. Agents are sending them binders of players that are playing somewhere else right now, but since everybody's a free agent, they're all up for bidding. And I think Chris Beard whiffed, and I think Mark Pope whiffed, and there's a couple other teams in the league that maybe spent money but didn't spend it wisely. So I think those are all winnable games, and I think Missouri should go down to Oxford and get a win, especially playing with a lot of confidence, and then get Auburn at home in the midweek, and that's winnable.
Tom Hart, our guest here, he's on the call of Missouri's win against Kentucky and was on the call of many games throughout the college football season on the SEC network with his broadcast partners, Jordan Rogers and Cole Kubelik, my personal favorite college football broadcast team. Love the chemistry you guys have and some of the nonsense as well, plus the information. And therefore, I am quite interested to hear what you think about where I would imagine most of the attention in Oxford is going to be, despite Missouri heading there. It'll be on what's taking place tonight between the Rebels and the Hurricanes. So what is your opinion of what we're going to see tonight? Ole Miss a 3.5-point underdog, Tom.
I think it's unfortunate for Ole Miss that the big picture storyline involves Lane and what he's done and hasn't done with his coaching staff. And we had him one of my bowl games. We had LSU in the bowl, and so he popped by, and we put him on television because that's what you do. And I just asked him point blank. We showed him the highlights from Ole Miss's first round win. I said, "How do you feel when you watch that?" And he gave a great answer. I'm really happy for the guys. Like I still can't process that somebody left a playoff team to go to another team. Like this is your legacy. I mean, Lane's legacy is very complicated, but winning a national championship puts you in a whole other tier. And now that's Pete Golding's team. It's amazing. Miami's front line was really, really impressive last round. I mean, they got some dudes up there, Ruben Bain and Akeem Messidor. If they get to the quarterback, it'll be a long night for Trinidad Chambliss and Ole Miss. But Chambliss is coming off of his best game of the year. They seem to be playing with, both sides are playing with momentum. I just think Ole Miss has something special in their pocket right now. So I like Ole Miss. And if you watch the game tonight, with Pete Golding coaching from the sideline, he's a defensive coordinator. He's only head coach in title, and I understand he will be next year as well. But when they cut to him, when Ole Miss has the ball, he couldn't care less what happens. His face is buried in the iPad. He's already working on the defense. Like, they've shared these responsibilities with Charlie Weiss Jr. really well. And I think Golding's ability to not be overtaken by all the head coach responsibilities allows their defense to continue to shine. And it's a really good, if not elite, defense.
Do you think SEC Big Ten, is that argument is that always going to be in play? Because, of course, the Big Ten's won the last couple, and now Indiana might be the one to win it again. Would that heat up the discussion between those two and just the rivalries with conferences?
I think the bigger picture is the spread of the wealth when it comes to talent based on how these programs are spending. And, Mark Cuban spending for Indiana is a great example of that. But no longer is Georgia or Alabama stockpiling weapons. I always enjoyed when Saban was in Tuscaloosa going to a Thursday practice, and you could see how intense everybody was because everyone was invested. There was a first-rounder at linebacker, and his backup was a year behind him and probably another first-rounder. And then the specialty third-down guy was a true freshman who was going to be a first-rounder and a Pro Bowler in 3 years. So that depth was incredible. Georgia's best defenses under Kirby Smart the last couple of years had waves upon waves. guys have gone to grab the bag, and I don't fault them for it, but no longer is it in their best interest to sit behind a first-rounder and not get that money when they could end up wherever, Starkville, Columbia, you name it. So to me, that's the bigger picture in the landscape of college football, is how all of this 4- and 5-star talent is no longer stockpiled by the Blue Bloods, and it's more evenly spread out throughout the country.
With all your travels and, you're sitting there at that LSU Houston game, the bowl, you get a chance to talk to people all throughout college football. Do you have any indication as to where the powerful parties are leaning when they get together for the discussions on how to change the playoff?
No. I think common sense is going to reign eventually. It's like turning around the aircraft carrier, it's going to take a while. To me, the move that should come in conjunction with going to 16, if that's what you do, is to get those quarterfinal games on campus.
Mm-hmm.
The Orange Bowl was an embarrassment.
Yeah, man.
Now the Sugar Bowl looked great, right? That's fine. The Rose Bowl will always be a draw, but the Orange Bowl was disappointing. And so I talked with Rich Clark a couple years ago, 2 years ago, as a matter of fact, when he first took over the college football playoff. And I said, Rich, you got to get games on campus, more games on campus. Like, you're going to see these fan bases lift this sport if you do it. And his counter to me, which I still don't understand, he said, well, these campuses, they're not used to hosting events that time of year in the calendar year. And I said, what's easier for a fan to get to the college campus that they go to all the time and they have been going to all fall, or to get on a plane and fly to Miami or Phoenix, or Pasadena?
And actually, Tom, It's not even an or. Sometimes it's an and. If you're an Oregon fan, you're flying all over the damn place.
Oregon's going coast to coast. The Ole Miss fans are going coast to coast. And I think that's the biggest miss right now, and it's becoming painfully obvious.
Yeah, I feel like that's a talking point right now, that the small towns can't handle it.
What does it mean? I think
it's a talking point. It's like the live golf thing. Jay Monahan said, okay, let's bring up, terrorist activity, and then we'll spin it publicly, and we'll have a talk. I think it's a talking point.
Could they be worried about hotel accommodations for all these thousands of people? But the majority of your
let's say Mizzou at a home
anything,
game.
Your students aren't in school, and so it's an Airbnb festival opportunity for students to make money on their places.
It's doable.
And there's no more fans that are showing up for a playoff game in College Station, Texas, that don't show up for the Alabama game the first weekend of October.
Right.
These campuses in these towns know how to handle the major crowds. And, oh, by the way, if you sent the largest crowd ever to Bloomington, Indiana for a playoff game, or Columbia, Missouri, those local businesses would welcome the opportunity to figure it out.
Windfall.
Yes. If they had to truck in some extra kegs, they'd get it done. They'd find a way. Tom, we like logistics on this show. I've got you Rockbridge, class of 92. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, okay. I don't like to admit that. Yeah,
okay, well,
that's where we are.
Rockbridge,
would you rather claim the Cupies, right?
Oh, yeah, we hate the Cupies. Yeah. They're naked baby dolls. It's the dumbest mascot in the history of high school sports.
Yeah,
My buddy Paul Hollander, I've mentioned his name before. He's listening right now. He's a dumb Cupie. He's an idiot.
Wow. Dumb Cupie, not only. But you're friends with Nichelle Turner, right?
Nichelle's great.
She was in my class at Missouri Broadcast Journalism.
And Tim, the reason I bring it up, logistics, because I see Tom listed as a 98 grad of Mizzou, and I'm like, that's a 6-year run in Como. So I'm not sure.
I have one of those.
I'm not sure if that's accurate. That's the only reason I bring this up.
Math was never my strong suit. I spent my freshman year chasing the dream of playing small college football in Quincy, Illinois.
Okay.
Oh, is that right? You went to Quincy?
Yeah. Yeah, most bars per capita in the United States.
Oh, fun fact.
We took full advantage. Fun fact. Shout out QU Hawks. I like to blame that for why it took me so long to get through college, but fraternity life and bartending life probably had more.
All right. So you're like Trinidad Chambliss. This guy's got a 6-year rundown in the collegiate life.
You're ahead of your time.
He's got
Very
one
much,
week in Columbia. He's got 6 years in college, this guy.
Tom, always enjoy it, man. It's great to talk it over regarding both Missouri's win last night and the college football playoff and the state of things in college football. Tom Hart, always enjoy the conversation when he takes some
putting
time.
my academic failings on blast.
All right.
Yeah, that's the cost of doing business on this show. Thank you, Tom.
All right, gentlemen. Have a great day.
You too. It's Tom Hart with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. TMA 101 ESPN. Don't you like this one?
Well, it's okay. I don't know who it is.
Cynthia Revo, also her birthday today.
Is that the case?
Mm-hmm.
Good text here from Father Brown. Whatever Tim is paid, I guarantee you it's not enough.
Stop it.
God bless Tim's Miami pick. Yeah, I'm going to have to sit down and decide how to handle this. Papers, if you're in my spot, what do you do? I want to hear what you would do. Your hedge season.
All day. Not even a question.
Okay.
Why would you limit yourself of making money?
The horny banker said it's what a gardener would do, though.
Okay, call me a gardener then. I'll be considerably wealthier than if Miami loses tonight.
All right.
Well, it's a no question play to me.
You're not a gardener.
Is that a nice way of saying soy boy?
Gardener?
Gardener, yeah.
No, I think it's a bad pun.
How so?
How so? He's saying hedging is for gardeners, like hedge clippers.
Oh, okay. You're hedging your bet, so you're a gardener. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
You're good.
Had some head injuries.
You look so darling with those headphones.
It looks very different.
You look like you're wearing like little earmuffs.
I don't like it.
I've been wearing headphones forever.
I'm just
on the
used
show.
to it.
I guess that's what it is.
I'm used to it.
I didn't realize. I don't even notice who wears headphones and AirPods until, or whatever the hell. What do they call them when they're not pods? Buds?
Earbuds. Yeah, earbuds.
Until Doug was saying he was having an issue. And I'm looking around. I'm going, oh, son of a bitch. I'm the only one wearing headphones. Although, Chairman, you wear them or do you always wear them?
Yeah, Kurt always wears them.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. See,
Cans. We call them cans.
I don't like them because you can't hear what else is going on in the room.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll do this, Doug.
Yeah.
One ear only.
Hey, Papers.
Maverick.
I took Mizzou money line last night, and I'm sitting high on Doug's hog today. How about you? That's from Marcia's Burner.
I don't bet on Mizzou games. I am too emotionally invested.
I respect that. So the logic being, if you get the win, you're already getting your dopamine hit. You're getting your reward.
Yep.
If you lose and you are emotionally invested, now you're getting hit from both sides.
Compounds the issue. Yeah, and
because I loved St. Louis University yesterday.
Yep.
But I'm emotionally invested on this team.
Right.
And I was thinking to myself, if they lose and don't cover, well, if they lose in general, honestly, even if I win some little, whatever, nominal amount of money, I'm going to be down.
Yep.
But if they win, I'll be on a high.
Yeah.
So that was my logic.
Plus, I always am superstitious. So if I bet Mizzou, I feel like I'm going to mush the game. If I bet against them, then I feel like I'm wronging my team. I stay clear of that. I can bet on every other game that's played. I don't, but I could. I just choose not to bet on Mizzou games.
Tim, I think the horny banker was calling you a hoe, like Lane Kiffin. That's from Mahomes' long body. Doug, did you take that as...
I thought he was, too.
Did you?
I absolutely thought he was.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
See, there it is. Guys, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. $5 is my unit size. Double dopamine hit with the win and $44. That's from Marcia's Burner.
Good on you.
I did emotional risk management and took VCU, Kentucky. Happy to lose. Let's go, baby. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle. I don't know if I said it on or off air, but either way, it was 2 hours ago. When the Billikens were up, I took VCU plus like 550 for emotional risk management.
But then you also lose either way.
But it depends on how you view it. Yes, by definition, I lost, but it was an amount of money that I kind of don't care about. And VCU is plus 550, so I can turn an amount that I don't care about. That was $20 for the record. Into I think what it would have been 105.
Yeah, right. It's you can.
So that's the if you're going, oh my God, now I'm going to have to bet something that matters to you, and everybody's is of course relative and different. Then that's where
$20 doesn't matter. You're eating a whole different grade of beef, meat, and potatoes than I'm eating.
I'm meat and potatoes through and through. As you know, it's all on loan from my father.
It essentially buys a win or cushions the pain of a loss. That's what the...
Wow. I'm Wibby Jack, and I'm too scared to bet on my Woozer, Missouri Tigers. That's from Eric in the Central West End, and he had a lot of W's in there.
I think you misheard me. It's not fear. It's more so just where I'm at. I don't personally want to do that. It's more of a desire thing than it is a fear thing.
Never hedge. It means you're fine with losing. It's from the 618.
See, this
reminds
is
me
all
of Sensei.
From
that Karate Kid. Sensei.
This is cheap pop nonsense. This is like a guy on TikTok yelling at you that you don't have a six-pack abs and then you can't sell used cars. Nonsense.
Doug, what I just hear?
I know the guy you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't stand it. You hedge.
There's a guy on TikTok who yells at people for not being able to sell used cars, but he has a six-pack?
No, you have to have a six-pack to even be allowed in the building. And I won't stand for this level of cheap pop, BS, wisdom, nonsense. Hedge when you can. And a futures bet is always the opportunity to hedge. Why would you not give yourself guaranteed money?
Yeah. I mean, I can't. It doesn't even compute to me to not make sure. Again, I guess maybe it's because it's the size. Like if it's like $100 payout, I don't think I'd hedge. But we're talking about well into the four figures.
Right.
It's like guaranteed profit. How can I not do that? I mean, to me, it's dumb. But hey, listen, there's probably some guy listening to the show sitting on, $20 million and going, you're going to make whatever, something in the four figures. Who cares? You see what I'm saying?
You have mouths to feed. You have mouths to feed,
Doug.
You got mouths to feed, and you have a financial responsibility to you and your family to
call it a fiduciary.
Either or.
Everybody else in the family, meat and potatoes people?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
I mean, my wife went to public school.
Oh, God bless her heart. She did her best, I'm sure.
You will find out the winner of the Designer Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in approximately 15 minutes, and we're going to replay the finalists as well. That was a Jamie Burkhardt of Munganess St. Louis Acura. Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota suggestion when we were talking yesterday. So anyway, that's coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I just posted in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that Jackson Burkett, who has a Hamptons hat on today.
That's right. It's disappointing.
And
it still looks like Sonny Jim Bottomley.
We're going to be doing the Tim McKernan Show podcast questions from the audience coming up at about 11:05.
Yeah.
And he has a hard out because he and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse, Andrew Marsh of the Fast Lane, are doing a Movie Boy at 12.
Yeah. Oh, no.
What film are you tending
Doug said, oh, no.
Well, it's good news for Jackson because that means QFTA can't go more than 55 minutes. But you'll be able to participate in it and watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And then I went in there. What film are you and Marsh talking about?
We're going to talk about Avatar. New Avatar movie.
A. Bayless just wrote, I really don't know what to do with this Miata. The wife is making me get rid of it. So he's dealing with the situation.
That's a hot ride.
If you scrolled up a little further, he actually offered it up for a listener or a email of the month prize for February.
A used Miata?
Right.
Yeah, let's do it.
It does not come with his carport, though. That's separate. He made that clear.
Yeah, he can't give away a carport.
Be a nice little prize, though, to get a used Miata. People out there that would take that.
Be great. So, Jackson, I'll be doing QFTA. You can send your questions and your comments, preferably erotic stories, but we're on a real cooler there.
Yeah.
Just a not
historic
a lot of,
cooler.
Lack of sexual activity in the audience.
Well, there might not be, but we certainly don't know about it, you know?
Telling you. T. McKernan, TMCKERNAN, at InsideSTL.com. Also welcome your hate mail as well. So we'll be doing that coming up at about 11:05. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day winner for January 8th coming up here on the program. Then BK and Ferrario. James Carlton's a sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show and TMA, and my insurance agent. And now he's BK's insurance agent. And now he's Jamie Rivers' insurance agent. So many people have made the switch, and James has saved them money. And automotive insurance right now is experiencing a rate decline that James has never seen in his 18-year career. A phone call can truly save you thousands of dollars. The number to make that call, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net and work with our sponsors, support the sponsors, and my insurance agent now. He's been my insurance agent for 7 years. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is sponsored by Stifel, and for over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel is not bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, and that's doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense for Stifel. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on Utah. Pregame at 7, puck drop at 8 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. Men, have you or your family seen a change? Not yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Well, that's where Mentality can help you out. Visit mentalityhealth.com. I got tested on my testosterone levels out there. Super easy. In and out in 20 minutes. Friendly staff. Stop being tired of being tired. You can get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. The plan was to start today listening to the finalists for the email of the day, but I botched the time management. We went long with Coach Schertz and went long with Tom Hart. So that's on me. Please send your complaints to TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. But Jackson does have our winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Who has won day 4?
Day 4's winner and the second win of the month for this person, the incel from the other side.
Oh, wow, we got a leader.
I'll be darned.
We got a leader. The incel from the other end of the couch has taken the lead in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. If you want to hear the whole segment, we did it at 9:50 for your podcast purposes. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Thank you, Design Air, for sponsoring this fabulous promotion. Design Air has been around St. Louis, since 1904. Longest-running sponsor here on TMA. You know what Design Air does? They bring the heat. And it's supposed to get a little bit cooler here in the next couple days. If your furnace is not working just the way you want it, give Seth Goldcamp and his team a jingle. They'll get right out there and get you fixed up. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today.
All right, BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Alvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.